Section 46 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emily Lee. Lectures on the Harvard Classics. Edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Drama. 1. General Introduction by Professor George Pierce Baker. Rare is the human being, immature or mature, who has never felt an impulse to pretend he is someone or something else. The human being who has never felt pleasure in seeing such a pretending is rarer still. Back through the ages of barbarism and civilization in all tongues, we find this instinctive pleasure in the imitative action that is the very essence of all drama. The instinct to impersonate produces the actor. The desire to provide pleasure by impersonations produces the playwright. The desire to provide this pleasure with adequate characterization and dialogue memorable in itself produces dramatic literature. Though dramatic literature has been sporadic, dramatic entertainment by imitative action has been going steadily on, since we first hear of it in connection with the Bacchic festivals of early Greece. And the dramatic instinct has been uninterruptedly alive since man's creation. We do not kill the drama. We do not really limit its appeal by failing to encourage the best in it. But we do thereby foster the weakest and poorest elements. In 1642, the English Parliament, facing war, closed the theaters and forbade all plays. Yet, though the years following were so troublous as not to favor drama, it was necessary in 1647 to repeal the edict, because surreptitious and garbled performances of plays formerly popular had been given, and because vulgarized excerpts from comic portions of past plays had been given at fairs and other public gatherings. Clearly, so strong was the instinct, the craving for drama, that if the public could not get new plays, or even its old plays as wholes, it would accept far less worthy entertainment rather than go without. Even in this country, far more recently, in many communities where theaters were regarded at least with hesitation, the panorama was popular. And local branches of the GAR gave to enthusiastic audiences the drummer boy of Shiloh. Today, many who will not attend the theater do attend the moving picture show. One cannot annihilate an instinct of the races old as time. To legislate against it is to risk repressing only the better part. What is necessary is to make the undesirable unattractive. The drama and public taste. The only sound basis for this result is a widespread taste in the public for good drama. While it is not true, as George Farquhar wrote, that plays are like suppers, poets are the cooks, there is yet truth in Samuel Johnson's saying that the drama's laws, the drama's patrons give. He who serves his dramatic meal, cooked and seasoned exactly for what he takes to be the tastes of his public, merely writes plays. He does not create drama. To try to hit public taste in the drama is like trying to hit the bullseye of a rapidly shifting target on a very foggy day. On the other hand, the public speaker who should try to present his subject to a public knowing nothing of it, and to a public of which he knows nothing, must skillfully interest them by finding in its subject some appeal of a general nature. In similar fashion works the dramatist. He cannot write comedies and farces for a community lacking in humor. He can do little in grim story play or tragedy with a laughter-loving public. Granted, a public fond of the theater, he's sure of a hearing, and probably an appreciative one. But the fuller and the more accurate his public's knowledge of good drama in the past, the greater his chance for an attentive and comprehending hearing when he writes what should be good drama today. How to read a play. In reading plays, however, it should always be remembered that any play, however great, loses much when not seen in action. As John Marston wrote in 1606, comedies are writ to be spoken, not read. Remember, the life of these things consists in action. Or as Moliere put it, comedies are made to be played, not to be read. Any play is so planned that it can produce its exact effect only with its required scenery, lighting, and acting. And that acting means the gesture, movement, and voice of the actor. Above all, it means the voice, the instrument which conveys to the audience the exact shade of meaning of the author and, like music, opens up the emotions. Drama read to oneself is never drama at its best, and is not even drama as it should be. Usually, too, just because readers do not recognize the difference between drama and other forms of fiction, they lose the effects they might gain even in reading. Closer attention than with a novel or short story is required. The dramatist does not guide us by explanations, analysis, and comment in our visualizing of his figures. Instead, he depends on a few stage directions as to their movements and on the rightness of his chosen words in the dialogue. Unfortunately, many a reader, accustomed to hasty reading of the sketchy stories so common in the magazines, does not piece out what is given him, but sees only just what the words of the text force him to see with no effort on his part. He is not active and cooperative. No play read in this way yields its real value. First, see in your mind the setting as described, then reading sympathetically, thoughtfully, and slowly if need be. Visualize the figures as they come and go. The lines of any good play mean more than appears at a hasty glance. They have been chosen not simply because they say what the character might have said, but because what is said will advance the plot, and because, better than some half dozen other phrases considered by the author, they will rouse the emotions of the audience. Keep the sympathetic, not the critical mood to the fore. Reading to visualize, feel because you visualize, and feel as fully as you can. Then, when you close the book, moved and admiring, and then only let your critical training tell you whether you have done well to admire. Don't let prejudices, moral or artistic, cause prejudgments. Keep an open mind as you read. A writer may so treat a subject for which you have never cared as to make you care for it. He may so treat a subject you have regarded as taboo as to make it acceptable and helpful. Don't assume because a play is different from the plays you have known that it is bad. As the general editor said, it is precisely this encounter with the mental states of other generations which enlarges the outlook and sympathies of the cultivated man. When a play of a different nation or period at first proves unattractive, don't assume that it will remain so. Rather, study the conditions of stage and audience which gave it being. Usually, this will transmute a seemingly dull play into a living, appealing work of art. In any case, when you have finished reading, judge with discretion. Say, if you like, this play is not for me, for a person of my tastes, but not, this is a bad play for all, unless you are able to explain why what is poison for you should be poison for the general public. In all the great periods of the drama, perfect freedom of choice and subject, perfect freedom of individual treatment, and an audience eager to give itself to sympathetic listening, even if instruction be involved, have brought the great results. If a public widely read in the drama of the past, and judging it as suggested would come to the acting drama of today in exactly that spirit, almost anything would become possible for our dramatists. The essentials of drama. But what is drama? Broadly speaking, it is whatever by imitative action rouses interest or gives pleasure. The earliest of the medieval plays, the trope of the church in which the three Marys go to the tomb to find that Christ has risen, and make their way thence rejoicing, does not differentiate one Mary from another. The words which were given to music have only an expository value. Here, as through the ages succeeding, it is action, not characterization, however good, not dialogue for the sake of characterization or for its own sake, which counts. Of course, this very early drama is too bald and too simple to have value as literature. As the trope in the 10th and the 13th centuries adds to the episode of the resurrection or the nativity preliminary or continuing biblical material, so story develops around the original episode. Almost inevitably, in order to make these differing episodes convincing, characterization appears, for, unless the people are unlike, some of the episodes could not occur. The dialogue ceases to be merely expository and begins to characterize each speaker. Later it comes to have charm, amusingness, wit, that is, quality of its own. When the drama attains a characterization which makes the play a revelation of human conduct and a dialogue which characterizes yet pleases for itself, we reach dramatic literature. So, too, as time goes on, there develop the play of story, the play mainly of characterization, the play in which dialogue counts almost as much as plot or character, and the great masterpieces in which all these interests, plot, character, and dialogue, are blended into a perfect whole. The Duchess of Malfi of Webster is a story play which illustrates a change in public taste. For a modern reader, probably more interested in the character of the Duchess than in the story itself, the last act doubtless lacks the interest it had for its own public. In Johnson's Alchemist, it is character mainly which interests us. In Sheridan's School for Scandal, as in Congreve's Way of the World, dialogue counts as much as character. In Hamlet, Lear, and Macbeth, there is a perfect union of story, characterization, and dialogue. The nature of tragedy. Once the idea was widespread that tragedy and comedy differ essentially in material. Dryden maintained that tragedy must deal with people of exalted rank and extraordinary situations, expressing themselves in speech befitting their extraordinary circumstances. This idea, first stated by Aristotle in its Poetics as a result of his observation of the Greek tragedy, which the definition perfectly fits, was fostered and expanded by critical students of dramatic theory till it found expression in the exaggeration of the heroic drama in England and the dignified, if somewhat cold, tragedies of Corneille and Racine. The coming of sentimental comedy in England in the first 30 years of the 18th century, the related drame larmoyant of France, and the Bürgerlich drama in Germany showed that tragedy may exist in all ranks from high to low, from educated to uneducated. What then is tragedy? In the Elizabethan period, it was assumed that a play ending in death was a tragedy, but in recent years we have come to understand that to live on is sometimes far more tragic than death. Nor is the presence of tragic incidents in a play sufficient reason for calling it a tragedy, for many plays that end happily have in them profoundly moving episodes. Why, then, is it that we're so agreed in calling Hamlet, the Duchess of Malfi, and the Cenci tragedies? Because in them, character clashing with itself, with environment, or with other temperaments, moves through tragic episodes to a final catastrophe that is the logical outcome of what we have observed. By logical, I mean that the ending is seen to grow from the preceding events in accordance with the characters. That is, it conforms with human experience as known to us or as revealed to us by the dramatist in question. Melodrama. Suppose, however, that we have tragic circumstance not justified by the characterization of the figures concerned. For instance, in some play on Cleopatra, the special scenes may move us even if they do not put before us a character whose willfulness and exacting love seem great enough to bring about the final catastrophe. Then what have we? Melodrama in the broadest sense of the word. Melodrama, in this sense of plays insufficiently motivated in characterization, has existed from the beginning of drama. Technically, the word came into England early in the 19th century to designate an importation from France of sensational scenes with frequent musical accompaniment. As this particular combination disappeared, the name remained for plays of sensational incident and inadequate characterization. The story play. Between the two, melodrama and tragedy, both perhaps sensational in episode, but only the second justifying its episodes by perfectly motivated character, lies the story play. In this, the light and the serious, the comic and the tragic mingle, though the ending is cheerful. The Merchant of Venice, regarded as Shakespeare regarded it as the story of Portia and Bassanio, is clearly not a tragedy but a story play. If, however, we sympathize with Shylock as modern actors, especially by their rearrangement of the scenes, often make us, is it not a tragedy? There lies the important distinction. There is no essential difference between the material of comedy and tragedy. All depends on the point of view of the dramatist, which by clever emphasis he tries to make the point of view of his audience. The trial scene of Shylock perfectly illustrates the idea. To the friends of Bassanio, as to the most of the Elizabethan audience, this Jew baiting was highly delightful. To Shylock, it was torture and heartbreak. The dramatist who presents such material, so as to emphasize in it what would appeal to the friends of Bassanio, writes comedy. He who presents it to an audience likely to feel as Shylock felt, writes tragedy. High comedy, low comedy, and farce. Comedy divides into higher and lower. Low comedy concerns itself directly or indirectly with manners. The Alchemist of Johnson busies itself directly with manners by means of characters, varying from types of a single aspect to well-individualized figures. Comedy of intrigue, centering about a love story, deals in complicated situations arising therefrom, but indirectly paints manners as it characterizes. The Shoemaker's Holiday may perhaps stand as a specimen of this type, though Fletcher's The Wild Goose Chase is a better example. High comedy, as George Meredith pointed out in his masterly essay on comedy, deals in thoughtful laughter. This laughter comes from the recognition, made instantaneously by the author, of the comic value of a comparison or contrast. For instance, in Much Ado About Nothing, it is high comedy at which we laugh when from moment to moment we contrast Benedict and Beatrice as they see themselves and as we see them in the revelatory touches of the dramatist. Farce treats the improbable as probable, the impossible as possible. In the second case, it often passes into extravaganza or burlesque. The Frogs of Aristophanes illustrates farcical burlesque. In the best farce today, we start with some absurd premise as to character or situation, but if the premises be once granted, we move logically enough to the ending. Social background of drama. Yet, even if one understands these differences, one may find it difficult at first to appreciate the drama of a past time. Modern drama from 980 AD onward passes from the simple Latin trope, already described by accumulation of incident, developing characterization, and a feeling for expression for its own sake, to similar work in the vernacular, be it English, French, or German. Then slowly it gains enormously in characterization till some of the miracle and morality plays of the late 15th century equal or surpass any English drama up to Marlowe. But what lay behind all this drama of miracle play and morality was an undivided church. With the coming of the Reformation and its insistence on the value and finality of individual judgment, the didactic drama gave way to the drama of entertainment. The interludes and the beginnings of the five-act plays. Yet, fine as are some of the plays of the days of Elizabeth and James I, we find in them a brutality of mood, a childish sense of comic, a love of story for mere story's sake that make them oftentimes a little hard reading. Moreover, their technique, their frequent disregard of our ideas of unity, their methods of exposition by chorus, soliloquy, and aside, frequently appears to us antiquated. Except for the greatest of these plays, mainly by Shakespeare, the Elizabethan drama seems strange to us at a first reading. Only coming to know the conditions from which it sprang can give us its real values. Even the great dramas of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and to a less extent of Euripides, because he's more modern, are best read when we know something of the Greek life around these dramas and of the stage for which they were written. To these plays, a great audience of perhaps 10,000 brought a common knowledge of the myths and stories represented, akin to our universal knowledge a generation ago of biblical story. The audience brought also memories of successive and even recent treatments of the same myth by other dramatists, taking delight not as we do in something because it seems new, but in the individual treatment of the old story by the new dramatist. The same attitude held for the Elizabethan public, which delighted in successive versions of Romeo and Juliet, Julius Caesar, and Hamlet. In judging the drama of Greece and Elizabethan England, this fact must be kept constantly in mind. As one turns from Greek and Elizabethan drama, written for the delight and edification of the masses. To the work of Corneille and Racine, one faces plays written primarily for the cultivated and worked out, not spontaneously by individual genius, but carefully according to critical theory derived not so much from study of classic drama as from commentators on a commentator on the Greek drama, Aristotle. From him, for instance, came the idea as to the essentiality of the unities of time, action, and place, themselves the result of physical conditions of the Greek stage. By contrast, then, this French tragedy of the 17th century is a drama of intellectuals. Then, as the spirit of humanitarianism spread and men shared more and more in Samuel Johnson's desire with extensive view to survey mankind from China to Peru, the drama reflected all this. No longer did the world laugh at the selfish complacency and indulgence of the rake and fop, but it began to sympathize with his wife, fiancée, or friend who suffered from this selfishness and complacency, illustrating that the difference between tragedy and comedy lies only in emphasis. Restoration comedy turned from thoughtless laughter to sympathetic tears. But such psychology as the sentimental comedy shows is conventional and superficial. It is in the 19th century that the drama, ever sensitive to public moods and sentiment, undergoes great changes. In France and Germany, it breaks the shackles of the pseudo-classicism which had, for centuries, held the drama to empty speech and a dead level of characterization. Goethe, Schiller, Hugo, Dumas père, and Alfred de Vigny reveal a new world of dramatic romance and history. In turn, this romance leads to realism with an underlying scientific spirit which takes nothing at its old values. Modern psychology and sociology in the drama. This searching scrutiny of accepted ideas of personality, conduct, right, wrong, and even causation in general is seen in Ibsen and all his followers. Planting themselves firmly on the new and developing science of psychology, guided by the most intense belief in individualism, demanding its passports from every accepted idea, the dramatists of the last half century have steadily enlarged the scope of their art. From mere storytelling, they pass to ethical drama, convinced by practice that it is difficult for a play in its limited time, 2.5 hours at the most, to do more than state a problem or paint a set of social conditions. They have taken to merely drawing pictures or raising questions rather than attempting even to suggest an answer. As we have seen in the 18th century, the writer of sentimental comedy painted social conditions, but with a psychology purely intuitional. Today, we have swung to the other extreme. Recognizing the limited space of the dramatist, confused by contrasting psychological theories, puzzled by the baffling intricacies of the human soul, convinced that the great questions raised cannot be settled in a breath or with any ready-made panacea, many a dramatist today merely pictures an evil condition, waiting for others to find its exact significance, or, better still, a solution. Justice of Mr. Galsworthy, like La Robe Rouge of M. Bria, offers no solution, yet both led to changes in conditions portrayed. In the former, conditions of prison life. In the latter, evils attending the life of the petty judiciary of France. The menace of vaudeville and moving pictures. A veritable passion for the theater is shown by the younger generation today in the United States. It crowds the theaters, if we use the word to include not only places giving performances of legitimate drama, but also vaudeville houses and picture shows, as in this country it never has crowded them before. To go to a theater of the older type, one must usually travel some distance and often one must save beforehand. Vaudeville and picture shows, cheap enough for almost any purse, are provided at our very doors. The difficulty is that what they offer is sometimes as low in art as in price. Yet surely, it may be said, there is good vaudeville, and surely proper legislation ought to dispose of what is poor or dangerous in it or the picture show. Granted, but there are inherent dangers which legislation cannot reach. In the first place, The balcony and galleries of our theaters are far less filled than they used to be before vaudeville and the picture show provided at much less expense and with greater comfort entertainment to many as satisfactory as the theater itself. This decrease in attendance at the theaters naturally jeopardizes the chances of many a play which can be produced only if the manager feels reasonably sure of large houses or a public more general than usually frequents the orchestra. Vaudeville, too, like the collections of short stories we read in the train, is usually a mere time killer, making the least possible demand on our application and attention. In vaudeville, if something grips our interest, we pay attention. If one turn does not interest us, we simply wait for the next. Sooner or later, without any effort on our part, something will win our absorbed attention. Now, drama that has literary value demands, when read, as I have pointed out, concentration, an effort to visualize. Acted drama requires surrender of oneself, sympathetic absorption in the play as it develops. These absolutely essential conditions grow less possible for the person trained by vaudeville. The moving picture show, too, is at best drama stripped of everything but motion. The greatest appeal of all, the voice, except insofar as the phonograph can reproduce it, is wanting. But can any combination of mechanical devices such as the cinematograph and the graphophone ever equal in human significance, in reality of effect, in persuasive power, the human being, most vividly seen and felt in drama at its best? A combination of the cinematograph and the phonograph can be at best only a dramatic Frankenstein's automaton. Dramatic literature is really threatened by the picture show and vaudeville. The drama in modern education. All this would be discouraging were not these conditions somewhat counteracted by drama as we find it in our schools, colleges, and social settlements. As far back as the 16th century in England and on the continent, the value for pronunciation, enunciation, and deportment of acting by school children was recognized. Ralph Radcliffe, a schoolmaster of Hitchin in Hertfordshire, wrote many plays for his scholars. Nicholas Udall, successively a master of Eton and Westminster schools, left us one of the early landmarks of English drama, Ralph Royster Doyster, a mixture of early English dramatic practice and borrowings from the Latin comedy. On the continent, fathers and mothers gathered often, fondly to watch their boys in similar Latin or vernacular plays. In like manner today, all over this country, in grammar and high schools, wise teachers are guiding their pupils in varied expression of their dramatic instinct. Many a high school today has as part of its equipment a small stage on which standard plays of the past, plays selected from the best written today, and occasionally even plays written by the students themselves are given. From participation in such performances, more results than a mere gain in enunciation, pronunciation, and deportment. The standards of a youth who associates often with the best in dramatic literature must improve. Inculcate thus pleasantly right standards of drama, and the lure of vaudeville and picture show is weakened. But the training must be broad. Our youth must know the best comedy, tragedy, farce, burlesque in the drama of today and yesterday. No such training of our youth can ever be complete if in the home there is no real understanding, at least from reading, of what the best in drama has been. Otherwise, how can the elders sympathize with the natural demand of the young, for probably they will not recognize either the worthiness or the permanence of the appeal which the drama properly makes. While youth inevitably seek entertainment in the theater, their elders must see to the kind of entertainment provided. This is a fair and natural division. Year by year, we receive at Ellis Island people from all over the world, people little fitted for the responsibilities of a citizenship that was planned for a people relatively homogeneous and trained for centuries in a growing political power which rested on the responsibility of the individual. How shall we reveal to this immigrant what this great varied American life means and thus assimilate him into the body politic? Seeking an answer to this problem, the settlement houses have found one of their most effective means in the drama. The southern or southeastern European, filled with emotion, loves to act. In the settlement house, through carefully selected plays, he learns our language and gains the ideals of the land in which he is to live. How the level of dramatic art is determined. Responsive to all this widespread interest in the people at large, men and women all over the country are busied with the difficult art of the dramatist. In turn, responsive to their needs, our colleges are developing courses in dramatic composition, though 10 years ago not one existed. But to these playwrights comes sooner or later the question, shall I write so as surely to make money, but pandering to the lower artistic and moral taste of my public? Or shall I keep to my inculcated and self-discovered standards of dramatic art till I win my public to them? For the latter result, there must be a considerable part of the public which so understands and loves the best of the drama of the past that it can quickly discover promise in the drama today. Out of the past come the standards for judging the present. Standards in turn to be shaped by the practice of present-day dramatists into broader standards for the next generation. The drama possesses a great literature growing out of an eternal desire of the races. The drama is a great revealer of life. Potentially, it is a social educative force of the greatest possibilities, provided it be properly handled. You cannot annihilate it. Repressing it, you bring its poorer qualities to the front. How, then, can any so-called educated man fail to try to understand it? But to understand it, one must read closely, sympathetically, and above all, widely. For such results, a collection like this must be but the fillip that creates a craving for more. Here is only a little of all the Elizabethan and Jacobean drama. Here it is possible to represent only by a few masterpieces the vast stores of the drama in France, Germany, England, Scandinavia, Italy, Spain, and Russia in the 19th and 20th centuries. Today, English drama, with only a few exceptions better than any written since the 17th century, comes often to the stage. From month to month, the drama is making history. In England and the United States today, it is wonderfully alive, independent, ambitious, seeking new ways of expression on an infinite variety of subjects. Yet it is often crude, especially in this country. It will never know how crude till its public forces it to closer, finer thinking, more logical characterization, and stern avoidance of mere theatricality. Back of any such gains must stand a public with a love for the drama, gained not merely from seeing plays of today, but from wide reading in the drama of different periods and different nations in the past. The influence of the stage on the drama. No drama, however great, is entirely independent of the stage on which it is given. In a great period, the drama forces its stage to yield to its demands, however exacting, till that stage becomes plastic. At a time of secondary drama, plays yield to the rigidities of their stage, making life conform to the stage, not the stage to life. Consequently, just as different periods have seen different kinds of drama, they have seen different kinds of stage. In the trope, the monks acted in the chancel near the high altar to come out, as the form developed, to the space before the choir screen under the great dome of the cathedral where nave and transepts met. In that nave and in the adjoining aisles knelt or stood the rapt throng of worshippers. Forced by numbers who could not be accommodated in the cathedral and by other causes, the monks, after some generations, brought their plays out into the square in front of the cathedral. That all might see them, to the best advantage they were ultimately given on raised platforms. Certainly, by the time these plays passed from the hands of the churchmen to the control of the trade guilds, they were on pageant cars, a construction not unlike our floats for trade processions, except that they contained 2 stories, the lower high enough to use for a dressing room. These pageant cars the journeymen drew between daylight and dark, from station to station across a city like York or Chester. At each station, people fill the windows of the houses, the seats built up around the sides of the square, and even the roofs. The very nature of this platform stage forbade scenery, though elaborate properties seem to have been used. By contrast, on the continent, especially in France, constructions resembling house fronts, city gates, or walls could be freely set up on the large fixed stage for miracle plays which was built in some great square of the city. To this one place flocked all the would-be auditors. The point to remember is that down to the building of theaters, the stage meant a platform, large or small, movable or stationary, in some public place. Simply treated, as was the case when it was movable, it would have a curtain at the back, shutting off a space where costumes could be changed and where the prompter could stand. Scenery was out of the question. Elaborately treated when it was stationary, constructions suggesting houses, ships, town walls, etc., might be shown at the back or side of the stage, but they seem never to have been shifted from the beginning to the end of the performance. Such houses, walls, etc., were used when needed, but when not in use, were treated as non-existent. In the 16th century, when playing passed from the hands of the guilds to groups of actors, the latter sought refuge from the noise and discomforts of the public square in the yards of inns. In those days, galleries like the balconies of our theaters were on all four sides of such an inn yard, sometimes two and sometimes three. The players, erecting a rough platform opposite the entrance from the street, hung a curtain from the edge of the first gallery to their stage. In the room or rooms behind this, they dressed. Thus, they gained a front stage, a rear stage under the first gallery to be revealed when the curtain was drawn, an upper stage in the first balcony representing, at will, city walls, a balcony for Romeo and Juliet, or an upper room. High above all this, one or more galleries rose which could be used for heavens in which gods and goddesses appeared. In the yard stood the Pittites. In the side and end galleries sat the people who paid the higher prices. Development of the modern stage. When, in 1576, London saw its first theatre just outside Bishopsgate, it was circular, in imitation of existing bull-baiting arenas. So far as a stage projecting into the pit, the rear stage underneath the balcony, and the use of the first balcony itself were concerned, the actors merely duplicated conditions to which they had grown attached in the old inn yards. As under the older conditions, scenery was impossible except as painted cloths might be hung at the back of the balcony or under it. Hence the care of the Elizabethan dramatists to play their scene by some hint or description in the text. Moreover, a play lacking the stage settings of a century later must be given atmosphere, reality, and even charm from within. More and more, however, influenced by increasingly elaborate performances at Court of the Masks, the public pressed the theater manager as far as possible to duplicate their gorgeous and illusory settings. But such settings at the court were on stages behind an arch like our modern proscenium. Consequently, by 1660, the stage of 1590 to 1642 had shrunk behind a proscenium arch. Then follow 2 centuries of very elaborate staging by painted drops at the back, side flats set in grooves, and painted borders. It should be remembered that till the second half of the 16th century, public performances were given by daylight, largely because of the difficulty in using flaring and unsteady links or cressets for artificial light. When evening performances became the vogue, candles gave the light till the discovery of illuminating gas made a revolution in theatrical lighting. About 1860, the so-called box set, a means of shutting in the whole stage, replaced for interiors a backdrop and painted side flats. Undoubtedly, some of the splendid and imaginative settings of Macready, Charles Keene, and Sir Henry Irving seemed the last word on the subject. Steadily, however, producer and dramatist have worked together to make the stage as elusive as possible. On the one hand, realism has strained it to the utmost. On the other, poetic and fantastic drama have forced it to visualize for us the realms of imagination. Responding to all this, modern science and invention have come to the aid of drama. electricity has opened up ways of lighting not even yet fully explored. At present, particularly in Germany, most ingenious devices have been invented for shifting scenery as quickly as possible. There and elsewhere, especially in Russia and England, skill and much artistry have been shown in quickening the imagination of the audience to the utmost by suggestion rather than by representation of minute and confusing detail. Frequently today, the elaborate scenery of the past is improved upon by a stage hung about with curtains, with some properties here and there, or a painted drop at the back to give all the suggestion needed. Alert and responsive, the stage of today, at its best, in sharpest contrast with the bare stage of the 16th century, is calling on architects to make it flexible, on physicists and artists to light it elusively, on great designers to arrange its decorations. In brief, the stage throughout its history, longing always and trying always to adapt itself to the demands of the dramatist, is today, as never before, plastic. The cosmopolitanism of modern drama. Nor has the drama changed merely in these respects. Once the drama was almost wholly national. Then, just because a place smacked so of its soil, it could not be intelligently heard elsewhere. In the 70s, as far as the American public was concerned, this was true of the plays of Dumas fils and Augier. Now, increased travel and all the varied means of intercommunication between nations make for such swift interchange of ideas that the dramatic success of Moscow, St. Petersburg, Stockholm, Paris, London, or Madrid is known quickly the world over. With the drawing together of the nations, more common interests have developed, so that intellectual and moral movements are not merely national but worldwide. All this makes any national treatment of a world question widely interesting. It even makes the world interested in local problems. Most marked change of all, this free intercommunication of ideas tends to make even the humor of one nation comprehensible by another. Today, then, the drama has become cosmopolitan. Broadway sees Reinhardt's Berlin productions. Paris and Berlin see Kismet. Broadway knows Gorky, Bria, and Schnitzler. English and American plays have a hearing on the continent. For 2 generations, the drama has been fighting to take for its motto, Nihil mihi alienum. It has won that right. Sensitive, responsive, eagerly welcomed everywhere, the drama, holding the mirror up to nature, by laughter and by tears reveals to mankind the world of men. End of section 46.
Section 47 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Greek Tragedy by Professor Charles Burton Gulick. The word drama is Greek and means action, whereas the Greeks limited its use, action that goes on before our eyes. In this way, they distinguished the product of the theater from the action of epic poetry and the action of history, both of which, as understood and written by the Greeks, had highly dramatic qualities. 3 centuries roughly coincide with the 3 periods of development into which the history of the Greek theater naturally falls. The 6th century BC is the time of preparation. The 5th witnessed the full flowering of Athenian genius. In the 4th, the so-called New Comedy, largely inspired by the realism of Euripides, took shape in the comedy of manners, the portrayal of domestic life and the foibles of society. The origin of drama in Greece. A superficial glance at any play contained in the Harvard Classics will at once reveal the prominence of the chorus. To understand this, as well as other features in the structure of a play, we must inquire into the origin of tragedy and comedy. This inquiry, slight though it must be, is the more essential because it was the constructive genius of the Greeks that discovered and developed the drama as all countries and ages have since known it. The drama is founded in religion. In the Greek consciousness, it had its spring in the worship of Dionysus, who in one of his aspects was a god of the underworld, latest comer to the Greek pantheon, whose religion had evoked much opposition and whose story was full of suffering as well as triumph and joy. He represented the life-giving forces of nature. He was god of the vine and of wine, and at the vintage festival, the country folk celebrated him in dance and song. They smeared their faces with wine leaves and covered their bodies with goat skins to imitate the goat-like attendants of the god, who were called satyrs. Thus their song, Tragoedia, was the song of the goats, Tragoi, and many years elapsed before it became dignified. Toward the end of the 7th century BC, the poet Arrian of Corinth adapted his folk song to his own purposes and gave it under the name of dithyramb, something like literary distinction. It was capable of great variety in form and matter, but maintained its characteristic pathos throughout. The chorus gave expression to cries of joy or ejaculations of pity and terror as the story of the god unfolded itself. A refrain in which the same words were repeated was a constant element. The dithyramb remained purely lyric, but during the 6th century, we know not how or through what personality it underwent a modification of profound importance. Some genius, perhaps Thespis, conceived the idea of impersonating the god or some hero connected with his myth in the presence of his chorus of worshippers. He wore a mask and carried other properties appropriate to his nature, and with the leader of the chorus interchanged a dialogue which was interrupted from time to time by the comments of the chorus, accompanied by dancing and gestures. Thespis, whose name has become familiar in all the literatures of Europe, was a native of Icaria, a village in Attica, at the foot of Mount Pentelicus. The region, excavated by American explorers some years ago, is still known as Dionysus. It lies in a valley which leads to Marathon, and the scanty ruins hidden among olive groves and vineyards betray no sign that it is the birthplace of European drama. Thespis exhibited here during the latter half of the 6th century. None of his works have survived. They were probably merely sketched, not written out, and still followed the method of improvisation which, Aristotle says, was in vogue in the early steps of the drama. The First Theatre. The 5th century begins with authentic names and shows more positive progress towards an imposing achievement. By this time, the country festivals of Dionysus had been taken up by the city. As early as the middle of the 6th century, the god had been brought in pomp to Athens, and a precinct was consecrated to him at the southeast slope of the Acropolis. Beside his temple, the ground was smoothed and laid out in a great dancing circle, orchestra, with an altar in the center. The spectators, or theatron, were ranged on the slope of the Acropolis. Opposite, at some distance from the circle, was the temple, and beyond that, Mount Hymettus made a distant background. There was no scenery except what nature had thus provided, but a convention soon arose whereby it was understood that an actor entering from the right of the spectators came from the city or from the immediate vicinity, whereas one coming from the left came from some distant country. The early composers of tragedy, for the author composed music, invented dance steps, and trained the chorus to sing, were content with one actor who, by changing mask and costume in a neighboring booth, skene, could take different roles. The chorus leader was his interlocutor, and bore the most difficult part, if we may judge from the plays of Aeschylus. Among the earliest poets was Francke, noted for his lofty patriotism, for the sweetness of his lyrics, for vigorous inventiveness, which dared on one occasion to employ a historical theme, the fall of Miletus, and for the introduction of female roles among those assigned to the actor. The progress, as Aristotle emphasizes, was slow and tentative, and it is clear that the audience did not willingly allow any wide departure from the limits imposed by the religious origin and occasion of the performance. More than once, the conservative complaint, "This has nothing to do with Dionysus," would restrain an author from breaking too hurriedly with tradition, and the high purpose and seriousness of tragedy was due not so much to any latent germ at its beginning, for comedy had the same popular origin in the vintage festival, as to the serious intent and deep religious conviction of the poets of the time, whose minds were also impressed by the gravity of the coming conflict with Persia. Aeschylus, the father of tragedy. Aeschylus was 35 years old when he fought at Marathon. Born at Eleusis, near the Greek sanctuary where the mysteries of Demeter, Persephone, and Dionysus, here worshipped as Bacchus, were celebrated. His soul was charged with influences which affected his plays and explain why religious problems, like that of sin and the justice of God, are so prominent in his thought. Externally, the gorgeous vestments of the Eleusinian priests inspired him with the idea of perfecting the costume of his players. But it was his own genius which led him to take the step that entitles him to be called the father of tragedy. This was the introduction of a second actor, which made it possible to portray two contrasted characters, two sets of emotions or purposes, and to bring before the sympathizing chorus and spectators a conflict of ideals which, according to Hegel, is the essence of tragedy. The dithyramb was a comparatively short piece, hence an early tragedy was short. When, as the constructive faculty increased, it became evident that a theme could not be worked out within the limits of a single play, the custom arose of treating it in a group of 3 plays, to which was added, in deference to the festival, a satyr play, wherein the chorus took the part of satyrs, as in the ancient time. Thus, the great theme of the commission, transmission, and remission of sin has its beginning, middle, and end in the Agamemnon, the Libation Bearers, and the Furies, the only trilogy that is extant. Even this lacks the satyr play which once made the group a normal tetralogy. The Prometheus Bound is obviously incomplete. We have lost the part of the trilogy in which the reconciliation between the rebellious Titan and his enemy Zeus was effected, and the justice of Zeus vindicated. All the Greek plays contained in the Harvard Classics belong to the period of Athenian expansion following the successful fight against Persia. Poets, painters, sculptors joined in celebrating the achievement of Greece, due mostly to Athens, in ridding Europe for centuries from the fear of Oriental despotism. Exploration and commerce brought new wealth into Attica, which now controlled the sea, and the outburst of lyric and dramatic genius had no parallel except in England after the destruction of the Spanish Armada. Sophocles. Sophocles, the tragedian who represents the purest type of the classical Greek, was in his teens when the Battle of Salamis was won. Beautiful in person and clear-sighted in intellect, he was the first to use the new Greek art in the theater. For he introduced scene painting. Heretofore, even Aeschylus had been content with only the altar and the orchestra and a few statues of gods on the outer edge away from the audience. Sophocles now erected a scene building, the front of which showed to the audience the facade of a temple or a palace, pierced by a single door. The 2 side entrances were retained. Aeschylus adopted the innovation readily, and thus we find the scenery of the Agamemnon, simple as it is, far advanced from the earlier conditions. Sophocles also enlarged the chorus from 12 to 15 singers, securing greater volume of tone and variety of motion and gesture. But from this time onward we note a steady diminution of the choral parts and the greater prominence of the actors, whose number Sophocles increased to 3. Euripides. In Euripides, we have the boldest innovator, both in the resources of dramaturgy and in the moral problems which he treats. Even he cannot break entirely with tradition, and it is a curious chance that the latest play of this great period, the Bacchae, harks back to the theme of the earliest tragedies, the savage triumph of Dionysus over his persecutors. But the method of Euripides leads him to devices for which he was bitterly criticized. His characters are no longer gods. The motive power in his plots no longer divine. They are men and women, often moved by sordid and trivial causes, yet nonetheless pathetic. To Aristotle, he is the most tragic of the 3, and his appeal to sympathy is strong because his personages are human. The effects of tragedy, pity, and terror become more vivid because the sufferers are made of the same stuff as the audience. In plot, he is less skillful than Sophocles at his best, and he sometimes has recourse to the deus ex machina to cut the complicated knot of his own tying. Yet even here, the appearance of the god, as at the end of Hippolytus, is justified by its spectacular effect. End of section 47, read by Victoria Scrimmer, Washington, D.C., September 29th, 2023. Section 48 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. The Elizabethan Drama, by Professor W. A. Neilson. When the great European movement known as the Renaissance reached England, it found its fullest and most lasting expression in the drama. By a fortunate group of coincidences, this intellectual and artistic impulse affected the people of England at a moment when the country was undergoing a rapid, and on the whole, a peaceful expansion. When the national spirit soared high, and when the development of the language and the forms of versification had reached a point which made possible the most triumphant literary achievement which that country has seen. The drama before Shakespeare. Throughout the Middle Ages, the English drama, like that of other European countries, was mainly religious and didactic, its chief forms being the miracle plays, which presented in crude dialogue stories from the Bible and the lives of the saints, and the moralities, which taught lessons for the guidance of life through the means of allegorical action and the personification of abstract qualities. Both forms were severely limited in their opportunities for picturing human nature and human life with breadth and variety. With the revival of learning came naturally the study and imitation of the ancient classical drama, and in some countries this proved the chief influence in determining the prevalent type of drama for generations to come. But in England, though we can trace important results of the models given by Seneca in tragedy and Plautus in comedy, the main characteristics of the drama of the Elizabethan age were of native origin, and reflected the spirit and the interests of the Englishmen of that day. The chronicle history. Of the various forms which this drama took, the first to reach a culmination was the so-called chronicle history. This is represented in the Harvard Classics by the Edward II of Marlowe, the greatest of the predecessors of Shakespeare, and Shakespeare himself produced some 10 plays belonging to the type. These dramas reflect the interest the Elizabethans took in the heroic past of their country, and before the vogue of this kind of play passed, nearly the whole of English history for the previous 300 years had been presented on the stage. As a form of dramatic art, the chronicle history had many defects and limitations. The facts of history do not always lend themselves to effective theatrical representation, and in the attempt to combine history and drama, both frequently suffered. But surprisingly, often the playwrights found opportunity for such studies of character as that of the king in Marlowe's tragedy, for real dramatic structure as in Shakespeare's Richard III, or for the display of gorgeous rhetoric and national exultation as in Henry V. These plays should not be judged by comparison with the realism of the modern drama. The authors sought to give the actors fine lines to deliver without seeking to imitate the manner of actual conversation, and if the story was conveyed interestingly and absorbingly, no further allusion was sought. If this implied some loss, it also made possible much splendid poetry. Elizabethan tragedy. Closely connected with the historical plays was the early development of tragedy. But in the search for themes, the dramatists soon broke away from fact, and the whole range of imaginative narrative was also searched for tragic subjects. While the work of Seneca accounts to some extent for the prevalence of such features as ghosts and the motive of revenge, the form of tragedy that Shakespeare developed from the experiments of men like Marlowe and Kidd was really a new and distinct type. Such classical restrictions as the unities of place and time and the complete separation of comedy and tragedy were discarded, and there resulted a series of plays which, while often marked by a lack of restraint, of regular form, of unity of tone, yet gave a picture of human life as affected by sin and suffering, which in its richness, its variety, and its imaginative exuberance has never been equaled. The greatest master of tragedy was Shakespeare, and in tragedy he reached his greatest height. Hamlet, King Lear, and Macbeth are among his finest productions, and they represent the noblest pitch of English genius. Of these, Hamlet was perhaps most popular at the time of its production, and it has held its interest and provoked discussion as perhaps no other play of any time or country has done. This is in part due to the splendor of its poetry, the absorbing nature of the plot, and the vividness of the drawing of characters who marvelously combine individuality with a universal and typical quality that makes them appeal to people of all kinds and races. But much also is due to the delineation of the hero, the subtlety of whose character and the complexity of whose motives constitute a perpetual challenge to our capacity for solving mysteries. King Lear owes its appeal less to its tendency to rouse curiosity than to its power to awe us with an overwhelming spectacle of the suffering which folly and evil can cause and which human nature can sustain. In spite of, or perhaps because of, its intricacy of motive and superabundance of incident, it is the most overwhelming of all in its effect on our emotions. Compared with it, Macbeth is a simple play, but nowhere does one find a more masterly portrayal of the moral disaster that falls upon the man who, seeing the light, chooses the darkness. Though first, Shakespeare was by no means alone in the production of great tragedy. Contemporary with him, or immediately following, came Jonson, Marston, Middleton, Massinger, Ford, Shirley, and others, all producing brilliant work. But the man who most nearly approached him in tragic intensity was John Webster. The Duchess of Malfi is a favorable example of his ability to inspire terror and pity, and though his range is not comparable to that of Shakespeare, he is unsurpassed in his power of coining a phrase which casts a lurid light into the recesses of the human heart in moments of supreme passion. Elizabethan comedy. In the field of comedy, Shakespeare's supremacy is hardly less assured. From the nature of this kind of drama, we do not expect in it the depth of penetration into human motive or the call upon our profounder sympathies that we find in tragedy. And the conventional happy ending of comedy makes difficult the degree of truth to life that one expects in serious plays. Yet the comedies of Shakespeare are far from superficial. Those written in the middle of his career, such as You Like It and Twelfth Night, not only display with great skill many sides of human nature, but with indescribable lightness and grace introduce us to charming creations, speaking lines rich in poetry and sparkling with wit, and bring before our imaginations whole series of delightful scenes. The Tempest does more than this. While it gives us again much of the charm of the earlier comedies, it is laden with the mellow wisdom of its author's riper years. The Alchemist, representing the work of Ben Jonson, belongs to a type which Shakespeare hardly touched, the realistic comedy. It is a vivid satire on the forms of trickery prevailing in London about 1600, alchemy, astrology, and the like. The plot is constructed with the care and skill for which its author is famous, and though its main purpose is the exposure of fraud and much of its interest lies in its picture of the time, yet in the speeches of Sir Epicure Mammon, for instance, it contains some splendid poetry. Decker's The Shoemaker's Holiday, in a much gayer mood, shows us another side of London life, that of the respectable tradesfolk. Something of what Jonson and Dekker do for the city, Massinger does for country life in his best-known play, A New Way to Pay Old Debts, one of the few Elizabethan dramas outside of Shakespeare which have held the stage down to our own time. Massinger's characters, like Jonson's, are apt to be more typical embodiments of tendencies, less individuals whom one comes to know than Shakespeare's. Yet this play retains its interest and power of rousing emotion, as well as its moral significance. The Philaster of Beaumont and Fletcher belongs to the same type of romantic comedy as The Tempest, the type of play which belongs to comedy by virtue of its happy ending, but contains incidents and passages in an all but tragic tone. Less convincing in characterization than Shakespeare, Beaumont and Fletcher yet amaze us by the brilliant effectiveness of individual scenes and sprinkle their pages with speeches of poetry of great charm. The dramas of the Elizabethan period, printed in the Harvard Classics, serve to give a taste of the quality of this literature at its highest, but cannot, of course, show the surprising amount of it, or indicate the extreme literary historical interest of its rise and development. Seldom in the history of the world has the spirit of a period found so adequate an expression in literature as the Elizabethan spirit did in the drama. Seldom can we see so completely manifested the growth, maturity, and decline of a literary form. But beyond these historical considerations, we are drawn to the reading of Shakespeare and his contemporaries by the attraction of their profound and sympathetic knowledge of mankind and its possibilities for suffering and joy, for sin and nobility, by the entertainment afforded by their dramatic skill in the presentation of their stories, and by the superb poetry that they lavished so profusely on their lines. End of section 48, read by Victoria Scrimmer, Washington, D.C., September 29th, 2023.
Section 49 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. The Faust Legend by Professor Kuno Francke. The Faust legend is a conglomerate of anonymous popular traditions, largely of medieval origin, which, in the latter part of the 16th century, came to be associated with an actual individual of the name of Faustus, whose notorious career during the first 4 decades of the century as a pseudoscientific mountebank, juggler, and magician can be traced through various parts of Germany. The Faust book of 1587, the earliest collection of these tales, is of prevailingly theological character. It represents Faustus as a sinner and reprobate, and it holds up his compact with Mephistopheles and his subsequent damnation as an example of human recklessness and as a warning to the faithful to cling to the orthodox means of Christian salvation. The Elizabethan Dr. Faustus. From this Faust book, that is, from its English translation, which appeared in 1588, Marlowe took his tragedy of Dr. Faustus, 1589, published 1604. In Marlowe's drama, Faust appears as a typical man of the Renaissance, as an explorer and adventurer, as a superman, craving for extraordinary power, wealth, enjoyment, and worldly eminence. The finer emotions are hardly touched upon. Mephistopheles is the medieval devil, harsh and grim and fierce, bent on seduction, without any comprehension of human aspirations. Helen of Troy is a she-devil and becomes the final means of Faust's destruction. Faust's career has hardly an element of true greatness. None of the many tricks, conjurings, and miracles which Faust performs with Mephistopheles' help has any relation to the deeper meaning of life. They are mostly mere pastimes and vanity. From the compact on to the end, hardly anything happens which brings Faust inwardly nearer either to heaven or hell. But there is a sturdiness of character and stirring intensity of action, with a happy admixture of buffoonery through it all, and we feel something of the pathos and paradox of human passions in the fearful agony of Faust's final doom. The legend in German popular drama. The German popular Faust drama of the 17th century and its outgrowth, the puppet plays, are a reflex both of Marlowe's tragedy and the Faust book of 1587, although they contain a number of original scenes, notably the Council of the Devils at the beginning. Here again, the underlying sentiment is the abhorrence of human recklessness and extravagance. In some of these plays, the vanity of bold ambition is brought out with particular emphasis through the contrast between the daring and dissatisfied Faust and his farcical counterpart, the jolly and contented Casperle. In the last scene, while Faust, in despair and contrition, is waiting for the sound of the midnight bell, which is to be the signal of his destruction, Casperle, as night watchman, patrols the streets of the town, calling out the hours and singing the traditional verses of admonition to quiet and orderly conduct. To the 16th and 17th centuries, then, Faust appeared as a criminal who sins against the eternal laws of life, as a rebel against holiness who ruins his better self and finally receives the merited reward of his misdeeds. He could not appear thus to the 18th century. The 18th century is the age of rationalism and of romanticism. The 18th century glorifies human reason and human feeling. The rights of man and the dignity of man are its principal watchwords. Such an age was bound to see in Faust a representative of true humanity, a champion of freedom, nature, truth. Such an age was bound to see in Faust a symbol of human striving for the completeness of life. The version of Lessing. It is Lessing who has given to the Faust legend this turn. His Faust, unfortunately consisting only of a few fragmentary sketches, is a defense of rationalism. The most important of these fragments, preserved to us in copies by some friends of Lessing's, is the prelude, A Council of Devils. Satan is receiving reports from his subordinates as to what they have done to bring harm to the realm of God. The first devil who speaks has set the hut of some pious poor on fire. The second has buried a fleet of usurers in the waves. Both excite Satan's disgust. For, he says, to make the pious poor still poorer means only to chain him all the more firmly to God. And the usurers, if instead of being buried in the waves they had been allowed to reach the goal of their voyage, would have wrought new evil on distant shores. Much more satisfied is Satan with the report of a third devil, who has stolen the first kiss from a young innocent girl, and thereby breathe a flame of desire into her veins, for he has worked evil in the world of spirit, and that means much more and is a much greater triumph for hell than to work evil in the world of bodies. But it is the fourth devil to whom Satan gives the prize. He has not done anything as yet. He has only a plan. But a plan which, if carried out, would put the deeds of all the other devils into the shade. The plan to snatch from God his favorite. This favorite of God is Faust, a solitary, brooding youth, renouncing all passion except the passion for truth, entirely living in truth, entirely absorbed in it. To snatch him from God, that would be a victory over which the whole realm of night would rejoice. Satan is enchanted. The war against truth is his element. Yes, Faust must be seduced. He must be destroyed, and he shall be destroyed through his very aspiration. Didst thou not say he has desire for knowledge? That is enough for perdition. His striving for truth is to lead him into darkness. With such exclamations the devils break up to set about their work of seduction. But as they are breaking up, there is heard from above a divine voice, "Ye shall not conquer." Goethe's earlier and later treatments. It cannot be denied that Goethe's earliest Faust conception, the so-called Ur-Faust of 1773 and 1774, lacks the wide sweep of thought that characterizes these fragments of Lessing's drama. His Faust of the storm and stress period is essentially a romanticist. He is a dreamer, craving for a sight of the divine, longing to fathom the inner working of nature, drunk with the mysteries of the universe. But he is also an unruly individualist, a reckless despiser of accepted morality, and it is hard to see how his relation with Gretchen, which forms by far the largest part of the Ur-Faust, can lead to anything but a tragic catastrophe. Only Goethe's second Faust conception, which sets in with the end of the 90s of the 18th century, opens up a clear view of the heights of life. Goethe was now in the full maturity of his powers, a man widely separated from the impetuous youth of the 70s, whose Promethean emotions had burst forth with volcanic passion. He had meanwhile become a statesman and philosopher. He had come to know in the court of Weimar a model of paternal government, conservative, yet liberally inclined, and friendly to all higher culture. He had found in his truly spiritual relation to Frau von Stein a safe harbor for his tempestuous feelings. He had been brought face to face during his sojourn in Italy with the wonders of classic art. The study of Spinoza and his own scientific investigations had confirmed him in a thoroughly monistic view of the world and strengthened his belief in a universal law which makes evil itself an integral part of the good. The example of Schiller, as well as his own practical experience, had taught him that the untrammeled living out of personality must go hand in hand with incessant work for the common welfare of mankind. All this is reflected in the completed Part First of 1808. It finds its most comprehensive expression in Part Second, the bequest of the dying poet to posterity. Restless endeavor, incessant striving from lower spheres of life to higher ones, from the sensuous to the spiritual, from enjoyment to work, from creed to deed, from self to humanity, this is the moving thought of Goethe's completed Faust. The keynote is struck in the prologue in heaven. Faust, so we hear, the daring idealist, the servant of God, is to be tempted by Mephisto, the despiser of reason, the materialistic scoffer. But we also hear, and we hear it from God's own lips, that the tempter will not succeed. God allows the devil free play because he knows that he will frustrate his own ends. Faust will be led astray. Man errs while he strives, but he will not abandon his higher aspirations. Through aberration and sin, he will find the true way toward which his inner nature instinctively guides him. He will not eat dust. Even in the compact with Mephisto, the same ineradicable optimism asserts itself. Faust's wager with the devil is nothing but an act of temporary despair, and the very fact that he does not hope anything from it shows that he will win it. He knows that sensual enjoyment will never give him satisfaction. He knows that, as long as he gives himself up to self-gratification, there will never be a moment to which he would say, "Abide, thou art so fair." From the outset, we feel that by living up to the very terms of the compact, Faust will rise superior to it, that by rushing into the whirlpool of earthly experience and passion, his being will be heightened and expanded. And thus, everything in the whole drama, all its incidents and all its characters, become episodes in the rounding out of this grand, all-comprehensive personality. Gretchen and Helena, Wagner and Mephisto, Homunculus and Euphorion, the emperor's court and the shades of the Greek past, the broodings of medieval mysticism and the practical tasks of modern industrialism, the enlightened despotism of the 18th century and the ideal democracy of the future, all this and a great deal more enters into Faust's being and is absorbed by him. He strides on from experience to experience, from task to task, expiating guilt by doing, losing himself and finding himself again. Blinded in old age by Dame Care, he feels a new light kindled within. Dying, he gazes into a far future, and even in the heavenly regions he goes on ever changing into new and higher and finer forms. It is this irrepressible spirit of striving which makes Goethe's Faust the Bible of modern humanity. End of section 49, read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 50 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Lectures on the Harvard Classics. Edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Modern English Drama by Dr. Ernest Bernbaum. The modern English drama is represented in the Harvard Classics by 2 comedies of the 18th century and by 4 tragedies of the 17th and the 19th. Since literary fashions change from age to age, and since the authors of these plays were, even when contemporaries, men of markedly different tastes, it is natural that the 6 dramas should be more or less conspicuously dissimilar. Each is great because it follows an ideal. Each is great in a different way because its ideal is not that of the others. Which of these ideals is absolutely the best is a question that critics have much debated, sometimes acrimoniously. Dryden has been pitted against Shakespeare, Goldsmith against Sheridan, Shelley against Browning, and so on. Interesting as such contentions may be, they tend to obscure rather than enlighten the mind of him who approaches these plays simply with the desire to enjoy each to the full. To him, comparisons are odious because instead of leading him to appreciate many plays of many kinds, they may confine his enjoyment to those of one school. Yet though he may set aside the vexatious question of the relative worth of the purposes that inspired these dramatists, he will not gain the greatest possible delight from them until he understands what each of them was trying to do. Goldsmith, and She Stoops to Conquer. Genial Goldsmith delighted in the kind of humor that is characteristic of the plain people, and that is spontaneously enjoyed by them. The accidental predicaments into which all of us stumble, to our embarrassment and the amusement of bystanders, the blunders of well-meaning but untrained servants, the practical jokes without malice that ever delight youth, the shy awkwardness of lovers, even the clownish tavern jest and joviality, these are in Goldsmith's merry eyes sources of wholesome laughter. It troubles him not that young Marlowe continues to believe a country house an inn, and the host's daughter a maidservant, nor that Mrs. Hardcastle mistakes her own garden for a distant heath. He ignores the improbability of such situations as arouse instinctive laughter. It is the unsophisticated human beings who blunder in and out of these straits that he wishes to depict, and he draws simple folks like Mr. and Mrs. Hardcastle, Tony Lumpkin, and Diggory, with extraordinary zest, fidelity, and kindly yet shrewd humor. Sheridan and the School for Scandal. Sheridan, the statesman, orator, and wit, wrote of the fashionable world and for it. In conformity with its conventional existence and its taste for regularity, he admitted no improbabilities into the plot of the School for Scandal. As men and women of fashion tried to be elegant, witty, or epigrammatic in speech, he aimed to bestow light graces upon the dialogue of his personages, to make Joseph Surface sententious, Charles sprightly, Lady Teazle invincible in repartee. To a society that was too fastidious to be entertained by naive simplicity, rude manners, and boisterous merriment, Sheridan wanted to reveal the comic aspects of its usual life. He laughed at the scandal-mongers who, after tearing others' reputations to tatters, departed without a shred of their own. At the foolish though innocent young wife, who was fascinated by the perilous pleasures of a fast set, and at the affected young hypocrite whose devious schemes undid him. He was not without kindliness of heart, as the humour of the final scene between Sir Peter and Lady Teazle shows, but satire was his aim. Dryden and All for Love. Like most tragedies, Dryden's All for Love shows the pitiable outcome of a struggle between good and evil. Among the innumerable manifestations of this eternal strife, there are some which attract by their singularity, but these were not of interest to Dryden. To him, the really important tragic conflicts were those which are frequent in human life, such as between duty and passion. He chose the theme of Antony and Cleopatra not because it was new or extraordinary, but because it was a noble illustration of a normal dilemma of human existence. He knew, of course, that the defeat in the decisive battle of Actium of the last kingdom of the Grecian Empire by triumphant Rome was epoch-making, and offered superb opportunities for historical and scenic contrasts. But he did not wish to write a world drama. When he raises the curtain, Actium has already been fought and the destiny of nations decided. What remains is the personal fate of Antony and of Cleopatra, the former vainly though nobly endeavoring to reanimate his former manhood and loyalty, the latter trying amid the wreck to save her domination over him, and each tortured by the lack of true faith in the other. Their emotions in the brief final crisis of their lives, Dryden sought to trace with clearness and truth to nature, and to express with majestic simplicity. Shelley and the Cenci. When Shelley, in his preface to the Cenci, speaks of teaching the human heart through its sympathies and antipathies the knowledge of itself, he expresses intentions not widely different from those of all dramatists, including Dryden. But when he mentions his desire to make apparent some of the most dark and secret caverns of the human heart, he indicates his own predilection. This he followed in choosing as his subject a dark and secret crime, the situation into which the monstrous Cenci forces Beatrice being unspeakable and abnormal. As suitable backgrounds, Shelley selects a sinister banquet, a gloomy castle at night, and a prison with instruments of torture. Yet he wishes not to fix attention upon physical horrors, but to use them to call forth in his characters extreme revelations of vice and virtue. He feels that only under such dread circumstances can the deepest potentialities of human nature be displayed. The very extremity of Beatrice's plight lays bare the core of her womanhood, revealing to the full the sensitiveness of chastity and the courage of innocence. Byron and Manfred. Byron, like Shelley, sought what lay beyond the commonplace, but found it in another aspect of life. His Manfred succumbs not to man or society, but in a solitary struggle with the mysteries of nature. From her he has wrested secrets, her forces he has learned to command, but his proud knowledge and power have been gained by stifling the social feelings of humanity, and his life is now a penitent search for oblivion, in which science, philosophy, and religion can give him no consolation. I was, he laments, my own destroyer, and will be my own hereafter. Byron's temperament enabled him to fathom a lonely soul like Manfred's, and urged him to express its passions with fiery vigor. The subject offered almost insuperable obstacles to dramatic treatment, since most of the forces that acted upon Manfred were either abstractions or inanimate objects. Byron, however, felt and used all the energy of his imagination to make us feel that these physical phenomena and laws were not vague or dead things, but that earth and air, mountains and cataracts, were to the distracted wanderer real personalities, and exercised upon him an influence more intimate than that of any fellow man. Browning and a Blot in the Scutcheon. With Browning's A Blot in the Scutcheon, we return to the kind of tragedy that arises amid normal conditions of life. Yet here again, a peculiar aspect of the tragic is emphasized. Both Dryden's Antony and Shelley's Cenci know clearly that they are committing wrong. Browning perceived that there are tragic cases in which a character acts in accordance with his highest moral standard, and comes too late to realize that his standard is false or inapplicable. The personages in A Blot in the Scutcheon are of admirable nobility, and among them Thorold is not the least scrupulously conscientious, but the code of honor which he loyally obeys becomes an instrument of fatal cruelty. The very intensity with which he looks up to a splendid ideal blinds his judgment regarding the apparent dishonor of his beloved sister, so that he fails to see through the surface of crime a depth of purity unmovable. It is thus a subtle as well as a natural course of events that Browning aims to trace, and only a rich and pregnant style could express the complex thoughts and feelings of so highly cultivated and exquisitely sensitive beings as his Thorold, Mildred, and Gwendolen. The reader of these 6 dramas, who understands their main purposes, will surely admire the conscientious manner in which those aims are carried out. He will perceive that the plot, characterization, and dialogue of each are designed with remarkable skill to conform to its dominant ideal. In fact, the chief reason why these plays are among the very, very few dramatic masterpieces of their time is that their authors clearly knew what they wanted to do, and came about as near to doing it as human limitations permit. The different means they had to employ interestingly exhibit the varieties of dramatic technique, and the diverse views of human life that they held served to enlarge the bounds of our sympathy with many sorts and conditions of men. End of section 50. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada, October 8, 2023.
Section 51 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Will Caffey. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Voyages and Travel. 1. General Introduction by Professor R.B. Dixon. For to admire and for to see, for to behold this world so wide. It is probable that from the very earliest times the spirit of these familiar lines has been a potent factor in human history. One might be led, because of the marked development of curiosity in monkeys and apes, to suppose that even before the complete development of the human type had been attained, our precursors were tempted to explore beyond their customary haunts. Be that as it may, it seems certain that the first spread of the human race over the face of the globe must have been preceded by more or less conscious exploration and travel. As population grew and began to press upon the food supply and available hunting grounds, and the need for expansion and emigration was recognized, the relative availability and attractiveness of the country in different directions must have been investigated, and movement have taken place toward the most favorable. This would, of course, not hold true where movement was due to war or the pressure of conquest, but much of this earliest movement of peoples must have been largely voluntary. Travel has thus in these primitive scouts and explorers its earliest exponents, and the history of travel is seen to be as old as the race. Prehistoric travel. This primitive travel was, moreover, in the truest sense, exploration, for these travelers were the first to penetrate into lands wholly unknown and previously untrodden by the feet of man. Once the greater part of the world was overrun, however, the need for travel was by no means at an end. Intensive exploration in the search for the best hunting grounds and fishing places, or, with the advent of agriculture, for suitable and fertile soils, must have continued for generations. During the long period in which human civilization has been developing, it is clear, moreover, that in the shifting of populations, which has constantly been going on, the same areas have thus been explored, again and again, now by this people, now by that. Of these countless travels and travelers, little definite trace, of course, remains, and it is only with the beginning of the historic period that records of travel become available. Although in this prehistoric travel we can find no accounts, yet we can gain some idea of its character from observation of the savage and barbarous peoples of the world today. Now, as then, probably, there are sedentary, stay-at-home peoples contented to live and die within a narrow horizon, people whose individual radius of travel may in a whole lifetime not exceed a score of miles, and whom neither commerce nor conquest can tempt beyond their own small sphere. Now, as then, there are other peoples in whom the spirit of travel is strong, in whom is a great restlessness, an inborn tendency to wander in quest of food or trade or conquest. The radius of travel of a single individual in such a tribe may, as for example in the case of certain Eskimos, reach as much as 1,000 miles. But such extensive wanderings are, on the whole, rare among savage peoples, and we may well admire the courage and skill of those old Polynesian travelers who, according to tradition, dared in their small canoes to push their search for new lands far to the south beyond their sunny seas until they reached the fogs and drift ice of the Antarctic. The motive of the true explorer. Leaving this period of early and unrecorded travel, however, and turning to historic times, two facts force themselves upon our attention. First, that the volume of travel has apparently been constantly increasing, and second, that the motives which induce men to travel are of many kinds, that there are indeed many sorts of travelers. First, by right, comes the true explorer, for whom travel is not a means, but an end in itself. For others, religion, commerce, science may be the goal. The long trail, with all its beauties, its hardships, and its dangers, mere incidents along the way. Not so for the true explorer. Impelled by an inborn curiosity, an intense craving to see new lands, new peoples, and driven by an incurable restlessness of spirit, he penetrates to the remotest corners of the earth, braving every danger, surmounting every difficulty, and asks but little of the world in the way of tangible returns. For him, the life of the trail, the triumph over obstacles, the thrill of danger are things in themselves desirable and beyond price. His reward lies not in the attainment, but in the quest. There may be few indeed for whom no other motives enter, but it is nevertheless true that for most great travelers, however much they may deceive themselves into thinking that they follow other, and, as they believe, higher calls, it is the master motive. The motive of conquest. A different force, but one which has at all times been effective, is that of war or conquest. To the explorer, enrichment of experience, not increase of possessions, is the aim. He does not care to whom the world belongs, if only he may be free to travel therein. The conqueror, however, demands possession, and the lust for it and for revenge has, in the case of savage and civilized alike, led men into distant lands and among strange people. From the Iroquois, who, sometimes alone, sometimes in company with a handful of others, went from the Hudson 1,000 miles westward to the Mississippi to strike a blow at the hated Sioux, to Attila and the other leaders of those hordes which poured their thousands into medieval Europe from the farthest east, from Alexander and his conquest of most of the Old World, to Cortez and Pizarro and their conquest of much of the New, in varying degree and at different times, war has made of the conqueror a traveler. To such as these is not the beauty but the wealth of a country that makes it desirable, and interest in its people lies more in their exploitation than in any other field. The motive of religion. Another very potent incentive to travel has been religion. From its influence have developed the pilgrim and the missionary types which have furnished some of the greatest travelers of historic times. Pilgrims, led by the desire to visit the holy places of their faith, often undertake journeys of great length and difficulty. Singly or in companies, they traverse their hundreds or thousands of miles, their eyes always fixed on the distant goal, and too absorbed in anticipation of the things to be to take notice of the things about them as they go. Treading the same paths which generations before them have trod, whose ups and downs, whose hardships and dangers have become a matter of tradition, they follow like sheep in each other's footsteps. So they have journeyed and still journey in their thousands, century after century, in early times from China and other parts of Asia to the sacred places of India, from the uttermost parts of Europe to Jerusalem in the Middle Ages, from every corner of the Mohammedan world to Mecca today. Each and all are seeking for salvation, for all the reward is of the Spirit. We may not blame them, therefore, that they do not heed the world through which they pass. In one sense, pilgrim travel may be said to be centripetal, in that it draws the traveler by known roads to some great center of his faith. Missionary travel, on the other hand, may be said to be centrifugal, in that it leads away from these centers by untraveled paths into the unknown. Thus the missionary, far more than the pilgrim, has been an explorer, and whether it be the early Buddhist monks who brought their faith from India to much of Eastern and Southeastern Asia, or Christians who have preached their doctrines in every clime, or fierce followers of the Prophet, who, with the sword in one hand and the Koran in the other, carried Islam alike to Spain and the Spice Islands of the East, all alike having journeyed far and faithfully, led always by the fire of their zeal. They had no foreknowledge of what they might expect. For them, new vistas opened as they went. Mohammedans expected, their lives were spent, their journeys were made, not for their own, but for others' sake, and their interests or pity was aroused in no small degree in the strange peoples whose souls they went to save. It's not surprising, therefore, that they should show a keener interest in what they saw, or that they should have left far more record than the pilgrim has. The commercial motive. Great has been the influence of conquest and religion upon travel. A greater impulse, and one leading to even wider results, has been that of trade and commerce. In earlier times, in search of foreign commodities and products, in modern days of new markets to which to export the products of home manufacture, men have penetrated to the ends of the earth, and to this commercial impulse is attributable most of the great travels and explorations from the 13th century to the beginning of modern scientific exploration at the end of the 18th. To the merchant traveler, even more than to the missionary, observation of the country and its products, its peoples and their needs, is important. The easiest and safest roads by which his merchandise may be transported, new materials, new sources, new markets, are the basis of his success, and the character and customs of the people are of vital import in the prosecution of his work. A new and shorter road gives him an advantage over his competitors, and it was this search for new ways to reach the Indies which led to the greatest 50 years in the whole history of travel, a period in which the area of the world as known to civilized Europe was far more than doubled. The scientific motive. Although purely scientific curiosity became an important element of travel only toward the end of the 18th century, there were in earlier times a few for whom this was a great incentive. To seek for knowledge for its own sake, to be fired with the desire to extend, if only by a little, the limits of the known, is not wholly a modern trait. But before this could be in large measure an important factor, the extraordinary widening and development of scientific interest, characteristic of the last century and a half, was necessary. Each has, however, contributed to the advance of the other, and the vast additions to knowledge gained by scientific exploration have in large degree provided the materials from which the present structure of science has been built. As once for religion, so now for science, men plunge into the unknown. Now, as then, they strive not for themselves, but for an ideal. Travel is, then, as we have seen, as old as the human race, and of travelers there are and have been many kinds, according to the motives which induced them to fare forth. The records of these many travelers form a body of literature whose interest is undying, for besides the facts which they have gathered and the additions to our knowledge which they have made, they give us often a clear and vivid picture of the character of the travelers themselves, their courage in the face of danger, their patience in overcoming every kind of obstacle, and heroism and self-sacrifice of the truest and highest types have been exemplified again and again in their lives. Of all these many travelers, but a part have left a record, and, as might be expected, The earlier have left far less than those of later times. From the historical point of view, the records fall into several fairly definite groups or periods, each differing from the other not only in time, but also to a considerable extent in the character of the motive which was dominant. The first period of recorded travel. The first or early period may be said to begin about the 5th century BC with Herodotus, who, in his travels in Egypt, Babylonia, and Persia, gives us our first accurate accounts of those countries, and seems to be one of the earliest of scientific travelers. He traveled widely, gathered information assiduously, both as to the actual condition and the history of the countries he visited, and seems to have been an accurate and painstaking observer. The bold explorations of the Carthaginian Hanno at about this same time, along the west coast of Africa, possibly as far as the Gulf of Guinea, were designed to extend the growing commerce of this great mercantile people, and show how, even at this early date, trade was one of the most potent incentives to travel. It is perhaps of interest to note that on this expedition gorillas were seen, apparently, for the first time, being described as hairy men of great ferocity and strength. Several of them were captured, and Hanno attempted to bring them back to Carthage alive, but was forced to kill them because of their violence, and so brought back only their skins. A century or so later, the expedition of Alexander, while primarily actuated by the desire for conquest, was also in part exploratory, and resulted not only in bringing back the earliest authentic accounts of India, but demonstrated the feasibility of reaching that country by sea. With the rise of the Roman Empire, this early period came to an end, and from then on until the 4th or 5th century is a time of relative quiescence, during which the attention of the Mediterranean world was devoted to the intensive occupation of the world, as already known, rather than to exploration beyond those limits. The second period, Pilgrims and Missionaries. With the 4th century, however, the second period begins and lasts for some 700 or 800 years. Perhaps the most characteristic feature of travel during this time was the prominence of the religious motive, for the travelers were largely pilgrims and missionaries, or, toward the latter end, those who, making religion their war cry, journeyed as crusaders to wrest Jerusalem from the Saracen. The pilgrim, as already pointed out, was, although a traveler, usually an unobservant one. His interest was centered in his goal and in the spiritual benefits which were to accrue from his long and perilous journey, so that, for the incidents of the day, he had little care. To a large extent, also, the pilgrims were humble folk, illiterate, unlearned, and so left, as a rule, no records of what they saw. There were, of course, exceptions, and many persons of high rank as well as some scholarly attainment were to be found among the throngs who, from all parts of Europe, made the journey to Palestine. Not all pilgrims, it should be noted, were men, for both during the early as well as the later portions of the period, many women performed the arduous trip. Such, for example, was Sylvia of Aquitaine, apparently a woman of rank, who, about 380, not only visited Jerusalem and the usual sacred places, but went on into parts of Arabia and Mesopotamia, and has left brief but interesting accounts of her years of travel. She may thus be considered one of the first great women travelers. In the 7th and 8th centuries, the volume of pilgrim travel seems to have increased, or at least we have more abundant records of it, and in the accounts left by Willibald, a man of rank, apparently from Kent, we have one of the earliest stories of English travel. This pilgrim gives us an interesting incident of his return journey from Palestine. It seems that he wished to bring back with him to England a supply of a certain balsam, but feared that this would be taken from him by the customs officials, whose duty it was to see that none of this precious substance left the country. Accordingly, he devised an ingenious smuggling scheme. Taking a reed, which was of a size such that it exactly fitted the mouth of the calabash in which the balsam was contained, he plugged up one end and filled the tube thus formed with petroleum. This he carefully inserted into the opening, cutting off the end flush with the mouth of the calabash and inserting a stopper. On arriving at Accra, the customs officials searched his luggage, found the calabash, and opened it, but seeing and smelling only the petroleum, suspected nothing and allowed him to pass. From this it is clear that travelers of old as well as modern times were more or less at the mercy of customs regulations, and that then, as now, they took such means as they could to evade the laws. Although in Europe the records of pilgrim travel are not only meager but generally disappointing in their brevity and lack of detail, conditions were somewhat different in faraway China. There, although the number of pilgrims was much smaller, the records which they left were of much greater value. The names of two of the Chinese pilgrims stand out as of particular importance, namely of Fa Haiyan and of Huan Tsang. Journeying to India from northern China to visit the places made holy by the life and death of Gautama, the Buddha, and to consult and copy some of the sacred writings, they've left us records which are not only of the greatest interest as stories of travel, but which are of quite inestimable value as giving practically the only information to be had in regards to the condition of India and the life of its people at this time. Both pilgrims journeyed to India by way of Turkestan and across the Pamirs, and the former returned, after nearly 15 years of travel, from Ceylon by sea to his home. Both give very full and detailed accounts of all that they saw and heard, and both show far more than the European travelers of the time an appreciation of the beauties of the scenery through which they passed. That travelers then, as now, and of other races as well as our own, felt at times their loneliness and yearned to return, is shown by an incident related by Fa Haiyan. He had then been absent from his home, living among strange people in strange lands, for nearly 15 years, when one day in Ceylon he saw in the hands of a merchant a small Chinese fan of white silk, which had found its way thither. The sight of this, he says, brought back to him so keenly thoughts of his home that he was able to endure his exile no longer. So soon after, he set out on his return journey, and after many perils by the way, ultimately reached his native place. The poverty of record which characterizes the pilgrim travel of Europe at this time is even more marked in the case of those who were led by missionary zeal. The two directions in which missionary enterprise seems to have been most marked at this period were south to Abyssinia and east to China and India. Of the former, we have but the slightest record. Of the latter, practically none at all. That missionary activity was great throughout India, Central Asia, and China, however, we know from various sources. The Nestorian missions, which were thus founded between the 7th and the 9th centuries, are known to have been abundant, and the missionaries must have been great travelers, for they seem to have penetrated through much of China and widely along the Indian coasts, but of records they left nothing. Indeed, their names are not even known for the most part, although two, Olapan and Kehoe, are given in the Chinese annals. Curiously enough, it is at the opposite end of the world that the other missionary travelers of the time are found, namely in Ireland. Here there are a few accounts of explorations northward to the Faroes and Iceland during the 8th century, but little information of value was recorded. Mohammedan propaganda. Another and very important group of travelers during this period were the Arabs. With the rise of Mohammedanism in the 7th century, a strong impulse, in due part to missionary fervor, in part to a desire for conquest, was given to Arab travel. For some time previous to the Hijra, merchants and others from Arabia had visited Ceylon, India, and the African coast, but with rapid spread of Islam, this trade was greatly stimulated as the militant forces of the faith carried the banner of the Prophet with unexampled rapidity not only to Central Asia, China, and the East African shores, but into Western Europe as well. The missionary conquerors themselves have left very little in the way of record of their journeys, but the traders and travelers who followed in their wake have. We have thus a case in which the religious impulse, combined with that of conquest, impelled many to travel, and also prepared the way for a host of others whose journeyings would not have been made had not the former paved the way. Perhaps the best known of these early Arab travelers are Soliman and Masudai. The first a merchant who, in the course of his business, journeyed as far as the Chinese coast. The second, more a geographer-traveler, who not only visited and described the Far East, but also the African coasts as well. Both, and particularly the latter, have left voluminous records of their travels, and give us many interesting glimpses into the life and conditions of their day. In many ways, the greater interest were the numerous less-known travelers, for on some of their accounts, now in part lost, the familiar voyages of Sinbad the Sailor in the collection, known to us as the Arabian Nights, were based. It is possible to identify with a fair degree of accuracy many of the places referred to in those well-known exploits. India, Ceylon, Madagascar, and China are all among the localities visited by that redoubtable sailor. His accounts of the gathering of camphor represent the actual process as employed in the Indian archipelago, and without much doubt, the famous Old Man of the Sea refers to the orangutan of Sumatra and the adjacent regions. Not only did the Arabs themselves thus become great travelers, but they also supplied the means by which, in large measure, the great development of travel in the 15th and 16th centuries was made possible. From their contact with the Chinese, the Arabs learned the use of the compass, and from them it passed to the sailors of the Mediterranean, thus bringing to European navigators one of the means which enabled them to prosecute those long sea voyages, resulting, among other things, in the discovery of the New World. The Vikings and the Crusaders. Although religion and religious motives were thus directly or indirectly the dominant features of the travel of this period, they were not the only ones, and if the spirit of exploration was almost dormant in the lands about the Mediterranean, it was very much alive in northern Europe. Beginning at first in piratical raids to the southward along the rich coasts of France and Spain, the Vikings, the men of the fjords, after a time turned their attention westward, and in the spirit of true discovery pushed out into the unknown Atlantic. Here they first reached Iceland, then Greenland, and at last, in the 11th century, the northern shores of America. In the sagas, the records of many of these voyages are preserved, and in the saga of Eric the Red, we have the first account, albeit a meager one, of the New World. Following close upon this activity of the Norsemen in the north of Europe, there begins a new period, in which there is a great revival of interest in travel among the nations further south. This was in part a continuation of the religious travel of the previous period, now transformed into the militancy of the Crusaders, in part due to political events occurring far away in China, and in part to a great and rapid development of trade. So far as the Crusaders are concerned, they may be considered largely as military pilgrims who sought to drive the Moslem conqueror from the holy places of their faith. Like the peaceful pilgrims of an earlier age, they were inflamed by a great purpose which kept their eyes and thoughts upon their goal. They have left, it is true, considerable in the way of record, but as travelers their importance falls far behind others of a different type. The extension of the Mongol Empire. One of the most important, perhaps the most important event of the 13th century was the sudden rise of the great Mongol power in Eastern Asia under Genghis Khan. Once secure in the east, the Mongols turned their attention toward the west, swept through all Central Asia, and invaded Europe. Although they were repulsed at the Battle of Liegnitz in 1241, Europe feared for the future, and accordingly a diplomatic mission was sent by the Pope to the capital of the great Khan. Of these ambassadors, the most important was the Franciscan John of Piano Carpini. 2 years were occupied by him on his mission, and he returned with a glowing account of the countries and peoples he had seen. Others followed, part diplomat, part missionary, such as Rubruquis, and, as a result, Europe, for the first time, began to realize the greatness and the wealth of this kingdom of Cathay. Merchants and traders were not slow to respond, and, as Venice was then the leader in the eastern trade, it was not unnatural that her merchants should attempt to make use of the route to this rich market made known by the papal envoys. It was under these circumstances, then, that Marco Polo began his famous travels toward the end of the century. For 20 years he was absent from his home, traveling during this time through most of Central Asia, China, and Tibet, and voyaging to Java and India from the China coasts, in large part as an appointed official of the Mongol Empire, which, by this time under Kublai Khan, was the greatest the world had ever seen. Returning at last to Europe, he fell into prison, and his wonderful story was only saved to the world by the interest of one of his fellow prisoners, who wrote it down from his lips. Polo's account is on the whole remarkably accurate, but as much cannot be said for some of the other travelers, merchants, or others of the time. Many showed great credulity in reporting all sorts of marvelous things, and on some of these accounts the famous but wholly mythical travels of Sir John Mandeville were based. This, in its day most popular book, seems to have been written by an obscure physician of Liege, who, so far as is known, never left his native town. Thus the fabrication of travels is not by any means a wholly modern accomplishment. Great as were the achievements as travelers of Polo and other Europeans, their records are equally or even surpassed by some of the Arabs, who still showed, until the 15th century, great activity in this field. The greatest of these, and of all Arab travelers, was Ibn Battuta, a physician of Tangier. For 25 years he traveled uninterruptedly, visiting not only every part of the East and the Indian archipelago, but the steppes of southern Russia, the East African coast as far as the equator, and crossed the Sahara to Timbuktu and the valley of the Niger on the west. The route to the Indies. With the 15th century, a sudden impetus was given to travel by the recently greatly developed trade with the Indies. The introduction of the compass had greatly stimulated sea travel, and the closing of the overland routes to the east, due to political conditions of the time, forced Europe to seek for new routes by sea. From Portugal first, under the influence of Prince Henry the Navigator, there sailed a long series of travelers and explorers who sought a way around Africa to the Indies. Little by little they edged their way south along the western coast until, 6 years before Columbus started on his great voyage, Diaz discovered and rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and 11 years later was followed by Vasco da Gama, who, passing around the Cape, continued on to India. 3 years later, Cabral, bound for the same goal but steering too far to the west, reached the Brazilian coast and established the claim of Portugal to a great section of the southern New World. While Portugal thus can claim for her travelers the discovery of most of southern Africa, to Spain falls the greater honor of the unveiling of the New World. The discoveries of the great Genoese were the signal for a host of other explorers to follow, such as Vespucci, who, sailing first for Spain, discovered Venezuela, and later, for Portugal, explored the South American coast as far as La Plata. The goal of all these travelers was the Indies and the discovery of a trade route thither, but it was not until the second decade of the 16th century that Magellan, another Portuguese, although sailing in the service of the Spanish king, at last succeeded in the quest. Far to the south he found a passage through the wall that had stood between Europe and the tempting markets of the East, and, first to cross the great Pacific, he reached the Philippines in 1521, only to be killed there in a skirmish with the natives. Although he himself did not live to complete the remainder of the voyage, one of his ships and a part of the original crew returned to Spain by way of the Cape of Good Hope, these men being thus the first to travel around the world. The epoch of American exploration. The first 50 years of the 16th century were so crowded with explorations and conquests of the new lands that they may well be regarded as the most wonderful years in the whole history of travel. Not only were further great discoveries made by sea of new lands, but travelers such as Coronado in North and Orellana in South America explored great areas and journeyed thousands of miles in the interior of the new continents, the latter traveler being the first to cross South America and to descend the Amazon. Cortes in Mexico and Pizarro in Peru, although led by somewhat different motives, traveled far and wide in their conquests of these, the two greatest and most cultured of the countries in the New World. Although so great a mark was made during this period by Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish travelers, the nations of northern Europe soon entered the lists. England, France, and Holland began to take their part, and such names as Cabot, Cartier, and Hudson attest their prowess in the field. Raleigh's ill-fated expedition to Guiana and Drake's great achievement in circumnavigating the globe supply records of great interest and bear witness to the part played by Englishmen in these stirring times. Drake and the sea rovers of the Elizabethan period were largely actuated by the desire to attack and pillage the rich commerce of Spain in the New World. Raleigh, Gilbert, and others, on the contrary, sought more the settlement and colonization of the newfound lands. Yet the older impulse of the search for a shorter trade route to the east was still a factor, as one can see from the attempts by Frobisher, Davis, and others to find the ever-elusive Northwest Passage. With the beginning of the 17th century, France supplies the names of many who deserve to rank among the great travelers of all time: Champlain, La Salle, Marquette, Verendrye, and many others, both lay and cleric, were the pioneers in the exploration of New France, and the story of their journeys and lives forms a record of which any traveler might well be proud. While France was thus engaged in America, the Dutch were no less bold explorers at the Antipodes. Although Australia had first been seen by the Spaniards in the middle of the previous century, the Dutch now, as the Portuguese before them had done in the case of Africa, began to push south along the western coast, their travels culminating in the expedition of Tasman, who not only showed that Australia was an island, but also was the first to see New Zealand. The period of scientific travel. The last great period in the history of travel may be said to begin with the voyage of Captain Cook, who, in 1768, sailed from England on what was virtually the first purely scientific expedition. The primary object was for the observation of the newly discovered Society Islands in the southern Pacific of the transit of Venus, an astronomical phenomenon in which the men of science of the time were much interested. Several scientists were among the members of the expedition, which was further charged with the duty of making collections and surveys. From this time on, in ever-increasing numbers, individual travelers and great expeditions have scoured the world in order to observe and collect for scientific purposes. One after another, the great nations of the world have taken up the task. Until today, the volume of scientific travel is immense. Darwin's famous voyage in the Beagle and Wallace's years of travel in the East Indies have revolutionized much of the science of our times, and show how great may be the outcome of travel when directed toward a purely ideal end. As part and parcel of this growth of science as an inspiration to travel, we have the splendid records of the search for the poles. Here the goal was also an ideal. The price was shorn of any practical value, and trade and commercial motives were wholly barred. Yet generation after generation men strove against tremendous odds, and faced suffering and death 1,000 times in their attempts to reach these, the last strongholds of the unknown. The light that led them was, however, not alone the cold flame of ideal science, although for many this may indeed have burned with pale but steady glow. For them, perhaps as much as for any men, it was the fiercer flame which burns in the hearts of all true explorers, for whom the doing is more than the deed, who go because, in very truth, they must. Such a hasty glance at the history of travel from earliest times can do little more than suggest the vastness and the interest of the field. In so wide a prospect only the larger features of the landscape can be seen, and, if we have, so to speak, had only glimpses of the higher mountain peaks, it does not follow that there is less of interest in the valleys that nestle at their feet. We have of necessity considered only the great travelers, the great journeys, But those more humble and of lesser compass are not therefore to be despised. Of such more modest travelers, whose little journeys lay in narrower fields, there are a host. And from the best, with their intimate local knowledge, their keen and critical observations, their sympathetic descriptions, we may gain great pleasure and be stimulated, perhaps, to make all the use possible of the opportunities which come to us to see more thoroughly and with a more observing eye the country and the people round about. Methods of travel. No one can read the records of the travelers of different periods without being struck by the differences in the character and method of travel which they reveal. Although reference to the comfort, the rapidity, and the safety of modern travel, at least along the great highways of the civilized world, is a commonplace, yet the contrast of the present conditions with those that formerly obtained is none the less noteworthy. The earlier travelers had frequently to go alone. Sometimes disguise was their only hope, and they were far more than at present subject to hardship, suffering, and danger. They made, indeed were able to make, little in the way of special preparation for their journey. They carried with them little in the way of special outfit, and they traveled, as a rule, very slowly, often halting or being obliged to halt along the way. Dependent for guidance frequently on the information of suspicious or unfriendly folk, they often went astray, and lacking regular or direct means of communication, they had often to journey by very roundabout routes to reach their goal. Today the conditions have vastly changed. The lonely traveler or the elaborately organized expedition alike are spared much of the hardship and danger, and both may secure all sorts of cunningly devised special equipment and supplies, which not only add enormously to the comfort and safety, but to the certainty of success. Travel away from the beaten track or exploration in untraveled regions is still, and of necessity, slow compared with what it is in civilized lands. But the traveler and explorer in remote places today has at least this inestimable advantage, that he is able to reach quickly and easily the actual point of departure into the unknown. The pleasures and profits of travel. Of the advantages and of the pleasures of travel there is little need to speak, they are too obvious. New lands, new peoples, new experiences, all alike offer to the traveler the opportunity of a wider knowledge. He may add almost without limit thus to his stores, although in this field, as in most others, it must be remembered that he who would bring back the wealth of the Indies must take with him the wealth of the Indies. In other words, he will gain just in proportion to the knowledge and appreciation which he brings. But greater than any knowledge gained is the influence which travel exerts or should exert on habits of thought and on one's attitude to one's fellow man. A wider tolerance, a juster appreciation of the real values in life, a deeper realization of the oneness of mankind, and a growing wonder at the magnitude of the achievements of the race. These are some of the results which travel rightly pursued cannot fail to produce. Quite apart, moreover, from any or all of these things, desirable as they are, is the pleasure of travel in and for itself. It has been already pointed out that this is for some the main, and for many at least an important, if unadmitted, motive. To the real traveler, there is no joy which is so keener, no pleasure more lasting, no call more imperious than that of travel. There is fatigue, hardship, perhaps suffering to be endured. For him this is of small moment, for they will soon pass. The recollection even of them will fade away, all these will be forgotten, while the memory holds with almost undiminished clearness the wonder and the beauty of the past. For him the colors of old sunsets glow with undimmed splendor. In his ears the winds of other days still make their music, and in his nostrils is still the perfume of flowers that long passed away. We cannot all be travelers. There are many who must be content to do their traveling in an armchair. Rightly read, however, the record of others' journeys may bring to the reader much not only of value but of pleasure. He may play consciously the part which for the traveler memory plays unconsciously, and from the mass of experience select and hold only the best. For him, thus, the patience, the heroism, and the indomitable perseverance revealed in the lives and deeds of great travelers may serve as an inspiration, and from their description of the wonder and the beauty of the world, he may gain some understanding of and sympathy with those who have in all ages set their faces toward the unseen, whose spirit has been that put into the mouth of Ulysses. My purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars until I die. End of section 51.
Section 52 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Herodotus on Egypt, by Professor George H. Chase. Herodotus is called the father of history. The phrase goes back to Cicero, and its justice has been universally recognized, for Herodotus was the first writer in the course of European literature to use the word history with the meaning in which it has since been used, and to exemplify this meaning by the composition of a history in the modern sense of the word. Before his time, there was a literature which in certain ways resembled history, the writings of the so-called logographers, consisting of logoi, or tales, which treated, in a matter closely resembling the epic, the stories connected with the foundation of the Greek cities, or the genealogy of single families, or the marvels of remote regions. Herodotus himself shows the influence of this earlier sort of writing. His history is full of logoi, and he shows great interest in the geography of distant lands and the manners and customs of foreign peoples. But what distinguishes him from his predecessors, and gives him a unique place in the history of literature, is the fact that he was the first writer to undertake the narration of a series of events of worldwide importance upon a comprehensive plan, and to trace in those events the relations of cause and effect. The subject of the history of Herodotus. The theme of the history of Herodotus is the struggle between the Persians and the Greeks, which, more than any other single event, determined the later history of Europe. There are many digressions, but the main subject is never lost sight of through all the 9 books into which the work was divided by later grammarians. The earlier books trace the gradual growth of Persian power, the conquest of the Lydian Empire, of Babylon, and of Egypt, and the Persian expeditions to Scythia and Libya. With Book 5, we come to the Ionian Revolt and the burning of Sardis, events which led up to the Persian attacks on Greece. Book 6 describes the punishment of the Ionian cities in the first invasion, ending with the glorious victory of Marathon, and the remaining books record the great invasion of Xerxes. Herodotus's inspiration came largely, no doubt, from the time in which he lived. He was born early in the 5th century, and so was of the next generation to those who took part in the Persian struggle. He must have known and talked with many men who had fought at Marathon and Salamis. His own native city, Halicarnassus in Caria, was subject to Persia, so that he must early have learned to know and to fear the Persian power. Fate and inclination seem to have combined to make him a traveler. He was twice exiled from his native city, and was for many years a man without a country, until at last he obtained citizenship in the town of Thurii in southern Italy, a sort of international colony which had been established by the Athenians in 443 BC on the site of the old city of Sybaris. He certainly spent some time in Athens, where he enjoyed the friendship of Sophocles, and doubtless of others of that brilliant group of writers and artists whose works have made the Age of Pericles a synonym for the Great Age in Greek literature and art. There are traditions that he gave public readings at Athens, Olympia, Corinth, and Thebes, and he speaks with first-hand knowledge of many other places in Greece. The range and purpose of his travels. But the journeyings of Herodotus were not confined to Greece and its immediate neighborhood. From his own statements, we learn that he had traveled through the Persian Empire to Babylon, and even to distant Susa and Ecbatana, had visited Egypt, and gone up the Nile as far as Elephantine, had gone by sea to Tyre and to Libya, and had made a journey to the Black Sea, visiting the Crimea and the land of the Colchians. He seems also to have traveled through the interior of Asia Minor and down the Syrian coast to the borders of Egypt. The purpose of these travels presents an interesting problem. The simplest and most natural supposition would be that they were undertaken simply as a means of preparation for writing the history. But many other theories are possible. It has been thought that Herodotus was a merchant and that his journeys were primarily business undertakings. Against this, it may be urged that the history shows no evidence of a commercial point of view, and that Herodotus speaks of merchants as he speaks of many other classes, with no suggestion of special interest. Again, it has been maintained that the journeys were made simply to collect evidence about foreign lands, with no direct reference to the history. Those who hold this theory believe that Herodotus was a professional reciter, like the rhapsodes who recited the Homeric poems, only that he took as his subject not the great events of the heroic age, but the description of distant countries and their inhabitants, that he was, in short, a sort of ancient Stoddard or Burton Holmes. To such a belief, the tradition that he read parts of his work at different places in Greece, and the amount of space devoted to the aspect of foreign countries and the ways of foreign peoples in the history itself, lend a certain amount of color. Finally, it is possible that some of the journeys had a political significance. Most of the countries which Herodotus visited were regions of which a knowledge was of great importance to the Greek statesmen of the 5th century, especially to Pericles, with his well-known scheme for founding an Athenian empire. And it is pointed out that the large sum of 10 talents, over $10,000, which Herodotus is said to have received from the Athenian assembly, can hardly have been paid simply for a series of readings, but must have been a reward for political services. All these theories suggest interesting possibilities, but none of them can be proved. Herodotus himself merely states that his history was written, quote, that the deeds of men may not be forgotten, and that the great and wondrous works of Greek and barbarian may not lose their name, end quote. In any case, the fact remains that he did at last put his materials into the form in which we have them, and thus established his fame as the first writer of history. The veracity of Herodotus. The fitness of Herodotus for the task that he undertook is another question which has been vigorously debated. Even in antiquity, the history was violently assailed. Plutarch wrote an essay on the malignity of Herodotus, and a late grammarian, Aelius Harpocration, is said to have written a book entitled The Lies in the History of Herodotus. In modern times, the judgments passed upon the work have often been severe, and even the greatest admirers of the historian are forced to admit that it shows many serious defects. Like most of his contemporaries, Herodotus knew no language but his own, and he was therefore forced to rely on interpreters or on natives who spoke Greek. He himself is perfectly frank about the matter, and usually tells the source of his information. This is what the Persians say. Thus the priests of the Egyptians told me, are types of expressions which recur again and again. Even when Greek matters are involved, he seems usually to have relied on oral tradition rather than on documentary evidence. He rarely mentions an inscription as the source of information. It is not quite fair to call him entirely credulous and uncritical, for he often questions the truth of the statements he records and tries to weigh one theory against another, as when he discusses the inundation of the Nile. But in him, as in the majority of his contemporaries, the critical faculty was not developed, and his work suffers in consequence. He was, moreover, an inveterate storyteller, and it often seems as if he recorded stories for the mere love of telling them. Not a few of the tales he tells, like the story of the treasure chamber of Rhampsinitos, belong rather to the realm of folklore than to that of history. The religious element in Herodotus. Another quality in Herodotus, which resulted disadvantageously for his history, was his strong religious bent. His was still the age of faith, when men saw the hand of the gods revealed in all human affairs, and Herodotus was deeply imbued with this belief. In the history, therefore, much attention is paid to oracles and signs, and the chapters that treat of foreign lands are filled with attempts to correlate the gods of the barbarians with the gods of Greece. The second book, with its constant striving to prove an Egyptian origin for many of the Greek divinities, is only the most striking example of a general tendency. Regarded as history, therefore, the work of Herodotus suffers from grave defects, and it is not to be wondered at that ancient and modern critics have vied with one another in pointing them out. The attitude of many of these critics is well expressed by an Oxford rhyme. The priests of Egypt humbugged you, a thing not very hard to do, but we won't let you humbug us, Herodotus, Herodotus. Yet it must be said that, in spite of much adverse criticism, few people have been led to believe in any bad faith on Herodotus's part. The defects which his work betrays are defects of his race and his time, and to offset them he has many merits. Few Greeks of any age showed themselves so fair-minded in dealing with barbarian nations. He is as ready to praise what seems good in the customs of foreign races as he is to praise the customs of the Greeks. If he is too fond of stories to be a good historian, at least he is a prince of storytellers. His style is lucid, simple, and straightforward, showing everywhere the art which conceals art, a wonderful achievement when one considers that this is the first literary prose that was written in Europe. Finally, few writers of any age have succeeded so well in impressing on their work the stamp of personality. As we read the pages of the history, the picture of the author rises vividly before us. We can almost see him as, tablet and stylus in hand, he follows the interpreter or the priest through the great cities of the Persian Empire or the temples of Egypt, eagerly listening and questioning, quick to notice differences from his own Greek way of doing things, courteous, sympathetic, always on the watch for the story that will adorn his narrative. Quite apart from its value as a record of facts, the history of Herodotus is intensely interesting as a human document, as a record of the beliefs and the impressions of a remarkable member of a remarkable race at the period of its highest development. End of section 52, read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 53 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. The Elizabethan Adventurers, by William Allan Neilson. Among the many manifestations of the spirit of intellectual inquiry which marked the Renaissance in Europe, the new impetus toward geographical exploration is one of the most notable. The discovery of the New World by Columbus in 1492 had given this a fresh start, and not many years had passed before Spain had followed it up by large settlements and annexations of territory, chiefly in Central and South America. Spain was in the 16th century the leading Catholic power in Europe, and after England under Elizabeth had definitely and finally broken with Rome, her position as leading Protestant power added a religious motive to that of political ambition to lead her to seek to share with her rival the wealth and dominion of the Americas. Further, there was a powerful commercial interest in this rivalry. The peaceful development of England under the Great Queen led to a need for wider markets. And besides the hope of plunder and the settlement of colonies, the Elizabethan merchant adventurers were seeking to build up a large commerce overseas. Curiosity, piety, patriotism, and trade were then the leading motives that led these daring sea dogs on their perilous voyages to the ends of the earth. The expansion of Elizabethan England. The diversity of routes traversed in these quests is not always realized. It was not merely the Spanish Main to which these men looked for profit and adventure. Seeking a northeastern route to China in 1553, English sailors found themselves in the White Sea and made their way to the court of the Tsar, thus establishing a trade route to Russia, which rendered them independent of the Baltic route, previously blocked by the jealousy of the Hansa League. They pushed into the Mediterranean, sending expeditions to Tripoli and Morocco, and trading with the Greek archipelago. Others cultivated intercourse with Egypt and the Levant, and penetrating Arabia and Persia, carried their samples overland to India, while still others reached the same goal by way of the Persian Gulf or around the Cape of Good Hope. Here they came into competition with the Portuguese, and in 1600 was founded the East India Company, and with it the beginning of the British Empire in India, the Spanish Main. But it was in the regions where they came into conflict with the Spaniards that those exploits occurred which most touched the imaginations of their contemporaries, and of which we have preserved the most picturesque accounts. The 3 voyages of Sir Francis Drake, Sir Humphrey Gilbert's voyage to Newfoundland, and Sir Walter Raleigh's discovery of Guiana, all printed in the Harvard Classics, are good representative records of the manner and results of these expeditions, partly scientific and religious, but more patriotic and piratical. Few narratives are more absorbing than these, with their pictures of courage against terrible odds, of endurance of the most frightful hardships on sea and land, of generosity and treachery, of kindliness and cruelty. Drake was still young when he first voyaged to the west, and in 1572 he made the expedition against Nombre de Dios, in which they all but secured the contents of the great king's treasure house. By means of this light, says the narrator, we saw a huge heap of silver in that nether room, being a pile of bars of silver of, as near as we could guess, 70 feet in length, of 10 feet in breadth, and 12 feet in height, piled up against the wall. Each bar was between 35 and 40 pounds in weight, altogether over 360 tons as it turned out. This vast treasure, with as much more in gold, they left untouched, however preferring to save the life of their wounded captain. How they plagued the Spaniards in spite of this abstinence may be judged from the summary statement at the close of the narrative. There were, at this time, belonging to Cartagena, Nombre de Dios, etc., above 200 frigates, the most of which during our abode in those parts we took, and some of them twice or thrice each, yet never burned nor sunk any unless they were made out men of war against us, or laid as stales to entrap us. Contributions to geography. To the narratives of these adventurers we owe much of our early knowledge of America and its aborigines. The information they give, it is true, is not always to be taken at its face value, and often is more of the nature of travelers' tales than scientific geography. But it has value, and reflecting as it does the inflamed imagination of the time, vast entertainment. Thus, in an account of one of Hawkins' voyages, we read of the crocodile. His nature is ever, when he would have his prey, to cry and sob like a Christian body, to provoke them to come to him, and then he snatched at them, and thereupon came this proverb that is applied unto women when they weep, Lacrimae crocodile, the meaning whereof is, that as the crocodile, when he crieth, goeth then about most to deceive, so doth a woman most commonly when she weepeth. The wondrous properties of tobacco are thus described in the same narrative. The Floridians, when they travel, have a kind of herb dried, who with a cane and earthen cup in the end, with fire and dried herbs put together, do suck through the cane the smoke thereof, which smoke satisfieth their hunger, and therewith they live 4 or 5 days without meat or drink. And this all the Frenchmen used for this purpose, yet do they hold opinion withal that it causeth water and phlegm to void from their stomachs. The potato is hardly less glorified. These potatoes be the most delicate roots that may be eaten, and do far exceed our parsnips or carrots. Their pines be of the bigness of 2 fists, the outside whereof is of the making of a pineapple, but it is soft like the rind of a cucumber, and the inside eateth like an apple, but it is more delicious than any sweet apple sugared. Besides descriptions of plants and animals, these stories of travel and conquest contain much interesting information, though colored by fancy, of the native tribes encountered and of their habits of life. Especially is the reader struck by the vast riches in gold and pearls ascribed to the Indians. Such descriptions as that of El Dorado, quoted by Raleigh in his account of the Emperor of Guyana, sounding like a fairy tale. Not content with kitchen utensils of gold and silver, the emperor was believed to have adorned his pleasure gardens with flowers and trees of the same precious metals. Behavior of the explorers. These stories, as the reader is not likely to forget, are all told from the English point of view. Religious animosity and political and commercial rivalry whetted the English hatred of Spain, and produced accounts of Spanish cruelty to the natives and to English prisoners, which must be taken with much modification. For the English adventurers themselves were no saints. Many of them were nothing more than pirates, and many were engaged in the slave trade between Africa and the Indies. At times our admiration for their intrepid courage and persistence, and for their loyalty to one another and to the Queen, is overcome by the evidence of their inhumanity in the treatment of their human cargoes, and their lack of all considerations of the rights of Negroes as men. They contracted for the delivery of African slaves to the West Indies precisely as if they were cattle or hides, and in case of danger at sea they lightened their ships of these miserable wretches with apparently little less compunction than if they had been mere bales of merchandise. Yet amid all the horrors induced by lust of gold and conquest, one finds often enough instances of striking generosity to enemies, of tender affection to their own people, and of a code of honor and an adherence to the rules of the game as they understood it, which go far to brighten the picture. The style of the narratives. Nothing was farther from the minds of the writers of these voyages than the production of literature. The glorification of their captains and their country, the inciting of their fellow citizens against the enemy, and the fondness of the returned traveler for narrating his adventures, these were the main motives which induced them to write, and they told their stories with no thought of style or ornament. They have thus almost the flavor of actual conversation, and reveal, none the less truly because unconsciously, the temper of the writers and the spirit of the time. It was a time of great enthusiasms and boundless ambitions, of undertakings conceived under the influence of an almost fantastic imagination, and carried out with absolute unscrupulousness, but with complete devotion and invincible courage. The modern world has largely outgrown the temptation to many of the vices which beset these buccaneers, but our blood is still stirred by the spectacle of their magnificent energy, and our imaginations are roused by those heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive to seek to find and not to yield. End of section 53.
Section 54 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. The Era of Discovery by Professor W.B. Munro. With the close of the 15th century, The Dark Ages came to an end. The great medieval institution of feudalism was everywhere losing its hold, for the growth of monarchical power and the rise of standing armies made the feudal system no longer necessary. Small states were being consolidated into nations. Castile and Aragon had become the Kingdom of Spain. The various provinces of France were now welded together under the House of Bourbon, while England had settled her internal quarrels and was now safely unified under the dominant Tudor dynasty. With this consolidation and unity came national consciousness and a desire for territorial expansion. The revived study of geography, moreover, and the adaptation of the compass to marine use were features which led mariners to proceed more boldly away from the shores, so that when the Turkish conquests shut off the old trade routes between the Mediterranean ports and the Orient, the time was ripe for venturesome voyages out into the Western Ocean. The Voyages of Columbus. It was altogether appropriate that the first successful expedition of discovery into the new hemisphere should have been under the guidance of a Genoese navigator in the service of the Spanish crown. Genoa was one of the first commercial cities of the Mediterranean. Spain was one of the most powerful and progressive among European monarchies. Columbus had the maritime skill and daring of his own race, together with the financial backing of a nation, which from its location had much to gain from Western discoveries. The story of his 33-day voyage to the New Indies, his reception by the natives, and his glowing accounts of the new lands are known to every American schoolboy, but never can it be better recounted than in the discoverer's own words. It is true that the honor of having been the first to touch upon the shores of the New World has been claimed by others. Nearly 4 centuries before Columbus set sail from Palos, some Norse navigators under the leadership of Leif Erikson, son of Eric the Red, are said to have sailed from the Norse colony in Greenland and to have reached the coast of Wineland the Good. Whether this Wineland was Labrador or Nova Scotia or New England is something upon which historians have never agreed, but the general drift of opinion, at present, is that Leif and his followers, in all probability, never came south of Labrador, if indeed they proceeded so far. But in any event, these Norse forays never led to any permanent colonization. The planting of a new nation was reserved to those who followed where Columbus led the way. The return of Columbus with his news concerning the wealth and resources of Hispaniola made a profound impression upon the imagination of all Europe. The Spanish court hastened to follow up its advantage by sending Columbus on further voyages in order that the entire fruits of the discovery might be monopolized. The navigators of other nations also bestirred themselves to get some share of the New World's spoil. Among these was the Florentine sea captain Amerigo Vespucci, who made his way across the Atlantic in 1497, and on his return presented the geographical information which led the map-makers of Europe to name the new continent after him. Likewise, the Cabots, father and son, sailed from Bristol in the same year under the auspices of King Henry VIII, and by their explorations along the Labrador coast laid the basis of later English claims to great regions of North America. France, for her part, sent Jacques Cartier on his errands of discovery, and in due course established French claims to the valley of the St. Lawrence in this way. Planting new nations in America. But to get secure possession of the new territories, it was necessary that European nations should do more than discover. They must make settlements and colonize. Spain, being first in the field, directed her energies to those regions which seemed to constitute the largest prize, that is to say, the West Indies, Central America, and the western slopes of the South American continent. In the Indies, there was a fertile soil which could be made to yield its increase without much labor. On the mainland, there were great areas of gold and silver ore. Portugal, coming hard on the heels of her peninsular neighbor, went still further to the south and took as her patrimony the sea coast of Brazil, a region which also promised a rich tribute in precious metals. England, being rather slow to follow up the beginnings made in her behalf by John and Sebastian Cabot, was forced to be content with territories north of the Spanish claims, the coast from Florida to the Bay of Fundy, where there were no great stories of mineral wealth to attract the adventuresome. In the long run, however, this selection proved to be the most prudent of them all. France, coming last into the field, found herself pushed still farther northward to the regions of Acadia, the St. Lawrence, and the Great Lakes. Other countries of Europe, Sweden and the Netherlands, were also in the race, and both managed to get a precarious foothold in the new territories, the former on the Delaware and the latter on the Hudson. But both were in due course dislodged, and these colonies passed into English hands. So did the territories of France after a century of conflict. Virginia and New England. In the region along the Atlantic seaboard, which England claimed for her own, 2 settlements were made at dates not far apart. Early in 1607, a group of about 100 settlers established at Jamestown in Virginia the first permanent Anglo-American colony, and through the inevitable hardships of a pioneer community, managed to hold the settlement on its feet. With them they had brought a royal charter, couched in the legal diction of the time, and in due course established their own system of local self-government, with its boroughs and its House of Burgesses, reproducing in miniature the old English administrative system. Farther to the north, unsuccessful attempts to found settlements had been made near the mouth of the Kennebec as early as 1607. But it was not until 1620 that the Mayflower Pilgrims made their landing at Plymouth and laid the foundations of New England. The Pilgrims had gone first from England to Holland, but finding that they were being drawn into the vortex of an alien environment, reached a decision to set forth for a new land where they would create their own surroundings. Before they went ashore, the Pilgrims made a political compact among themselves, whereby they created a civil body politic, and covenanted each with each to enact just laws for the welfare of the new community. The early years of this settlement were passed in great hardship, and the population grew very slowly. 10 years after the disembarkation at Plymouth Rock, it numbered but 300 in all. The first economic and social system was communistic, but in due course this was abandoned, and by dint of persistent effort, the colony rounded the corner on the road to prosperity. A more important settlement in New England, however, was that made by John Winthrop and his followers on the shores of Massachusetts Bay. In 1630, Winthrop brought to Salem a body of nearly 1,000 settlers, and these, during the ensuing 2 years, founded a half-dozen towns, including Boston. The colonies of Plymouth and Massachusetts Bay continued a separate existence for more than a half-century after their foundation. In 1690, they were amalgamated into the province of Massachusetts. By 1630, therefore, Englishmen had firmly established their outposts on the Atlantic seaboard, both to the north and to the south. Their next enterprise was to dominate the interval between. From Massachusetts, the settlers, driven forth in some cases because of their refusal to observe stringent religious requirements, moved southward into the Rhode Island and Connecticut territories. William Penn, Lord Baltimore, and others proved ready to undertake colonization as a private enterprise, and, being favored by the Crown in their ambitions, laid the foundations of Pennsylvania and Maryland. The Swedes on the Delaware and the Dutch on the Hudson were overpowered, and their lands brought under English control. Then, having possessed herself of the whole region from Virginia to Massachusetts, it was England's next task to expel France from her menacing position still farther above. Interior exploration and trade. This colonizing movement went hand in hand with the exploration of the interior. During the 17th century, the Great Lakes and the Mississippi were traversed by the French voyagers, while the hinterlands of the New England colonies were penetrated by the English fur traders. Missionaries followed in the footsteps of the traders, and in due course the 2 chief colonizing powers of North America were using both as agents for enlarging their respective spheres of influence. Even before the earliest settlements were made to the westward of the Alleghanies, the initial skirmishes of a long struggle for the possession of these territories were taking place. The French colonists, though inferior in numbers and in material resources, were far more daring, more enterprising as explorers and as coureurs de bois, and more persevering than their southern neighbors. That is why the task of securing and enlarging the English frontiers proved so difficult. But in the end, sheer numerical superiority determined the issue, and England, for the time being, became master of the whole area from the Atlantic to the Mississippi. End of section 54. Read by Brandon Brinkley, Fort Worth, Texas, February 23, 2024.
Section 55 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Darwin's Voyage of the Beagle by Professor George Howard Parker. Had Charles Darwin never published more than the Voyage of the Beagle, his reputation as a naturalist of the first rank would have been fully assured. Even before the close of that eventful circumnavigation of the globe, the English geologist Sedgwick, who had probably seen some of the letters sent by the young naturalist to friends in England, predicted to Dr. Darwin, Charles Darwin's father, that his son would take a place among the leading scientific men of the day. As it afterward proved, the Voyage of the Beagle was the foundation stone on which rested the monument of work and industry, which, as a matter of fact, made Charles Darwin one of the distinguished scientists not only of his generation, but of all time. The conventional school and university training had very little attraction for Darwin. From boyhood, his real interests were to be found in collecting natural objects. Minerals, plants, insects, and birds were the materials that excited his mind to full activity. But it was not till his Cambridge days, when he was supposedly studying for the clergy, that the encouragement of Henslow changed his pastime into a serious occupation. The occasion of the voyage. About 1831, the British Admiralty decided to fit out the Beagle, a 10-gun brig, to complete the survey of Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego begun some years before, to survey the shores of Chile, Peru, and some of the islands of the Pacific, and to carry a chain of chronometrical measurements round the world. It seemed important to all concerned that a naturalist should accompany this expedition, and Captain Fitzroy, through the mediation of Professor Henslow, eventually induced Charles Darwin to become his cabin companion and naturalist for the voyage. Henslow recommended Darwin not as a finished naturalist, but as one amply qualified for collecting, observing, and noting anything worthy to be noted in natural history. The Beagle, after 2 unsuccessful attempts to get away, finally set sail from Devonport, England, December 27, 1831. And after a cruise of almost 5 years, she returned to Falmouth, England, October 2, 1836. Her course had lain across the Atlantic to the Brazilian coast, then southward along the east coast of South America to Tierra del Fuego, whence she turned northward, skirting the seaboard of Chile and Peru. Near the equator, a westerly course was taken, and she then crossed the Pacific to Australia, whence she traversed the Indian Ocean and, rounding the Cape of Good Hope, headed across the South Atlantic for Brazil. Here she completed the circumnavigation of the globe, and picking up her former course, she retraced her way to England. When Darwin left England on the Beagle, he was 22 years old. The 5-year voyage therefore occupied in his life the period of maturing manhood. What it was to mean to him, he only partly saw. Before leaving England, he declared that the day of sailing would mark the beginning of his second life, a new birthday to him. All through his boyhood he had dreamed of seeing the tropics, and now his dream was to be realized. His letters and his account of the voyage are full of the exuberance of youth. To his friend Fox he wrote from Brazil, "My mind has been, since leaving England, in a perfect hurricane of delight and astonishment." To Henslow he sent word from Rio as follows, "Here I first saw a tropical forest in all its sublime grandeur. Nothing but the reality can give you any idea how wonderful, how magnificent the scene is." And to another correspondent he wrote, "When I first entered on and beheld the luxuriant vegetation of Brazil, it was realizing the visions in the Arabian Nights. The brilliancy of the scenery throws one into a delirium of delight, and a beetle hunter is not likely soon to awaken from it when, whichever way he turns, fresh treasures meet his eye." Such expressions could spring only from the enthusiasm of the born naturalist. The training of a naturalist. But the voyage of the Beagle meant more to Darwin than the mere opportunity to see the world. It trained him to be a naturalist. During his 5 years at sea, he learned to work, and to work under conditions that were often almost intolerable. The Beagle was small and cramped, and the collections of a naturalist were not always easily cared for. The first lieutenant, who is described by Darwin in terms of the highest admiration, was responsible for the appearance of the ship, and strongly objected to having such a litter on deck as Darwin often made. To this man, Specimens were damn beastly devilment, and he is said to have added, "If I were skipper, I would soon have you and all your damn mess out of the place." Darwin is quoted as saying that the absolute necessity of tidiness in the cramped space of the Beagle gave him his methodical habits of work. On the Beagle, too, he learned what he considered the golden rule for saving time, i.e. take care of the minutes, a rule that gives significance to an expression that he has somewhere used, that all life is made of a succession of 5-minute periods. Darwin, however, not only learned on the Beagle how to work against time and under conditions of material inconvenience, but he also acquired the habit of carrying on his occupations under considerable physical discomfort. Although he was probably not seriously ill after the first 3 weeks of the voyage, he was constantly uncomfortable when the vessel pitched at all heavily, and his sensitiveness to this trouble is well shown in a letter dated June 3, 1836, from the Cape of Good Hope, in which he said, "It is lucky for me that the voyage is drawing to a close, for I positively suffer more from seasickness now than 3 years ago." Yet he always kept busily at work, and notwithstanding the more or less continuous nature of this discomfort, he was not inclined to attribute the digestive disturbances of his later life to these early experiences. The return voyage found his spirits somewhat subdued. Writing to his sister from Bahia in Brazil, where the Beagle crossed her outward course, he said, "It has been almost painful to find how much good enthusiasm has been evaporated in the last 4 years. I can now walk soberly through a Brazilian forest." Yet years after, in rehearsing the voyage in his autobiography, he declared, "The glories of the vegetation of the tropics rise before my mind at the present time more vividly than anything else." Practical results of the voyage. Darwin's opinion of the value of the voyage to him can scarcely be expressed better than in his own words. In his later years he wrote, "The voyage of the Beagle has been by far the most important event of my life." And again, "I have always felt that I owe to the voyage the first real training or education of my mind. I was led to attend closely to several branches of natural history, and thus my powers of observation were improved, though they were always fairly developed." And finally, in a letter to Captain Fitzroy, he said, "However others may look back on the Beagle's voyage, now that the small disagreeable parts are well nigh forgotten, I think it far the most fortunate circumstance in my life that the chance afforded by your offer of taking a naturalist fell on me. I often have the most vivid and delightful pictures of what I saw on board the Beagle pass before my eyes. These recollections and what I learned on natural history I would not exchange for twice 10,000 a year." But the voyage of the Beagle was not only training for Darwin, it was the means of gathering together a large and valuable collection of specimens that kept naturalists busy for some years to come, and added greatly to our knowledge of these distant lands and seas. In the work of arranging and describing these collections, Darwin was finally obliged to take an active part himself, for to quote from his life and letters, it seemed only gradually to have occurred to him that he would ever be more than a collector of specimens and facts, of which the great men were to make use, and even of the value of his collections he seems to have had much doubt, for he wrote to Henslow in 1834, "I really begin to think that my collections were so poor that you were puzzled what to say. The case is now quite on the opposite tack, for you are guilty of exciting all my vain feelings to a most comfortable pitch. If hard work will atone for these thoughts, I vow it shall not be spared." Thus the collections made on the Beagle served to confirm Darwin in the occupation of a naturalist, and brought him into contact with many of the working scientists of his day. Speculative results of the voyage. Darwin, however, not only brought back as a result of his work on the Beagle large collections of interesting specimens, but he came home with a mind richly stored with new ideas, and one of these he put into shape so rapidly that it forms no small part of the voyage of the Beagle. During much of the latter part of the journey, he was occupied with the study of coral islands, and his theory of the method of formation of these remarkable deposits was the first to gain general acceptance in the scientific world. In fact, his views gained so firm a foothold that they are today more generally accepted than those of any other naturalist. But coral islands were not the only objects of his speculations. Without doubt, he spent much time reflecting on that problem of problems, the origin of species. For though there is not much reference to this subject either in the voyage itself or in his letters of that period, He states in his autobiography that in July 1837, less than a year after his return, he opened his first notebook for facts in relation to the origin of species, about which, as he remarks, he had long reflected. Thus, the years spent on the Beagle were years rich in speculation, as well as in observation and fieldwork. Doubtless, the direct results of the voyage of the Beagle were acceptable to the British Admiralty and justified in their eyes the necessary expenditure of money and energy. But the great accomplishment of that voyage was not the charting of distant shorelines nor the carrying of a chain of chronometrical measurements round the world. It was the training and education of Charles Darwin as a naturalist, and no greater tribute can be paid to the voyage than what Darwin himself has said. I feel sure that it was this training which has enabled me to do whatever I have done in science. End of section 55. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada, October 5th, 2023.
Section 56 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Religion, General Introduction by Ralph Barton Perry. There are two ways of reading the documents of religion. In the first place, one may read the book of one's own faith, as a Christian reads his Bible. In this case, one reads for instruction or education in some source to which one attributes authority and finds there the familiar and well-loved symbols of one's own belief and hope. Such a relation between a man and a book is only possible under peculiar conditions. It is the work of time and tradition and social experience. A book does not become a man's Bible unless it has been the principal quickening influence in his spiritual life and the source of his illumination, so that he returns to it when he needs to reanimate his purposes or confirm his belief. A Bible is the proved remedy to which a man confidently resorts for the health of his own soul. It becomes associated in his mind with all that he owes to it and all that he hopes from it, so that it is not only an instrument but a symbol. The sacred book of any racial or historical religion is, of course, more than such a personal Bible, by as much as a race is more than an individual or history than a lifetime. But it is the personal relation that between a man and the book that has become his sacred book that I want here to emphasize. It is evident that in such a relation the reader's attitude will be unique. It will differ from his attitude to any other book. Religious documents are usually and normally read in this way. Each man reads his own Bible, and it is only when a document is somebody's Bible in this sense that it is a religious document at all. Other men's Bibles. But there is a second way in which such documents may be read, and it is this second way that must be adopted by those who wish to read religious literature with any comprehensiveness. One may read another man's Bible. Now this requires a quite different attitude, and one that may need to be cultivated. It will not do to look for the same value which one finds in the book of one's own religion, or to judge by one's own peculiar spiritual standards. For then the other man's Bible will seem cold, repugnant, superstitious, or heretical. Nor will it do to read another man's Bible as so much secular literature, for then it will appear curious, fantastic, or at best poetical. It is necessary to bring oneself by imagination and sympathy to an understanding of the other man's outlook and needs. The outward aspect of Mohammedanism is to the Christian traveler only a curious local custom. But I would have you, says H. Fielding in his Hearts of Men, go and kneel beside the Mohammedan as he prays at the sunset hour, and put your heart to his, and wait for the echo that will surely come. It is in the inward value of this outward posture that its religion lies, and the same is true of any sacred writings. Their religious meaning is relative to the believer whom they exalt, stir, comfort, enlighten, or strike with awe. And no one can apprehend that meaning who cannot bring himself at least for the moment into the believer's attitude. Perhaps this seems to ask too much. How can one convert oneself in turn into a Buddhist, a Mohammedan, a Christian, a Brahmin, and a Confucian? There is, however, a saving possibility. May there not be some attitude common to all believers? May one not divest oneself of what is peculiar to one's own religion and yet retain a something which is in all religion, and by this come to a better understanding of each religion? An Englishman may understand a Frenchman by becoming less English and more human. Similarly, it is possible that a Christian may understand Mohammedanism by becoming less Christian and more religious. No matter where you go, says Fielding, no matter what the faith is called, if you have the hearing ear, if your heart is in unison with the heart of the world, you will hear always the same song. There is, in other words, a sameness in all religion, which is the link between one special cult and another, and by coming to know and feel this common religion, one may pass beyond the limits of one's native religious province. There is a danger that this important truth should be misunderstood. Some years ago, a Parliament of Religions was held in connection with the World's Fair at Chicago. It was a spectacular and impressive event, which no doubt did much to liberalize and broaden religious opinion in America. But it encouraged the mistaken opinion that because all religions are equally religious, they must be equally good or true. It would be equally reasonable to argue that because all forms of political organization are equally political, one must be as sound or equitable as another. All polities arise in response to the same fundamental need for order and justice, and insofar as they are accepted and persist, they must to some extent satisfy that need. And to understand a foreign polity, I must see how it accomplishes in its way and for its place and time what my polity accomplishes in another way for me. But it does not follow that the two are equally sound in principle, or that the one might not be corrected in the light of the other. Similarly, religion arises in response to the same fundamental need, a need that is worldwide and for all time. But one religion may meet that need more genuinely and permanently than another. It may be based on a truer notion of man or God, and so deserve preference in a comparative and critical study. It is also important to avoid the error of supposing that religions should lose their individuality and retain only what they have in common. A religion which consisted of only what it had in common with all other religions would probably be no religion at all. There are peculiar needs as well as common needs. A religion must satisfy the concrete community or individual, and not the abstract man. Perhaps, in all strictness, there must be as many religions as there are believers or worshippers, but this is quite consistent with the important truth that there is one constant factor in life from which all religions spring, and which makes of religion a common necessity. And if one is to study the forms or read the literature of a religion that is not one's own, one must see them in this light. One must become for the purpose simply religious. One must become alive not only to one's peculiar needs, but to that deeper and identical need from which all religions have sprung. I have suggested that this attitude requires cultivation. This is doubtless the case with a great majority even of enlightened readers of the present day, and is very apparent in the history of European thought. By a curious working of the laws of habit and imitation, we are for the most part blind to the meaning of our commonest social practices. How many men who obey law and authority, or who are loyal to the peculiar political institution under which they live, reflect upon the utility of government? Most men take government for granted, or fail to think of it at all, and merely assert their factional differences or personal grievances. Similarly, for most men, religion as a general fact, as a human institution, does not exist. They are conscious only of their particular religious differences, or they identify religion so thoroughly with a special religion that they can think of alien religions only as irreligion. For the vast majority of Christians, to be religious means the same thing as to be Christian. Not to believe as they believe means the same thing as to be an unbeliever. Nevertheless, a great change has taken place in the course of the last 3 centuries, and it will be worth our while briefly to trace it. Natural versus positive religion. As everyone knows, modern thought arose as a protest against a tendency in the Middle Ages to take too many things for granted. Reason was to be freed from authority, tradition, and pedantry, but this meant at first only that man was to exercise his reason in the fields of physics and metaphysics. It was supposed in the 17th century that he could do this and yet not question the authority of the state, the church, and the established ethical code. The man of reason was to be internally free but externally obedient. Institutions, in short, were still to be taken for granted. But in the 18th century, the liberated reason was directed to institutions themselves, and there arose a rational ethics, a new political science, and a theory of natural religion. Hobbes, a century earlier, was the forerunner of this movement, and so the original author of all modern social revolutions insofar as these arose from ideas and not from immediate practical exigencies. Of religion, Hobbes wrote as follows: "In these 4 things, opinion of ghosts, ignorance of second causes, devotion towards what men call fear, and taking of things casual for prognostics, consisteth the natural seed of religion, which by reason of the different fancies, judgments, and passions of several men hath grown up into ceremonies so different that those which are used by one man are for the most part ridiculous to another. This passage appears in the Leviathan, published in 1651. In 1755, Hume wrote a treatise bearing the title The Natural History of Religion, in which he contended that polytheism is the original form of religion, and that the first ideas of religion arose not from a contemplation of the works of nature, but from a concern with regard to the events of life, and from the incessant hopes and fears which actuate the human mind. Agitated by the anxious concern for happiness, the dread of future misery, the terror of death, the thirst of revenge, the appetite for food and other necessaries, men scrutinize, with a trembling curiosity, the course of future causes, and examine the various and contrary events of human life. And in this disordered scene, with eyes still more disordered and astonished, they see the first obscure traces of divinity. Both of these passages represented a manner of regarding religion which was revolutionary and offensive to the conservative opinion of the time. They meant that in a certain sense Christianity must be regarded as on a par with the most despised superstitions, since all spring from the same seed in human nature, or from the same general situation in which all men find themselves. It is man's fear of fortune, his hope of controlling the deeper forces of nature for his own good, from which his religion has sprung, and all religions alike may be judged by their power to dispel this fear and fulfill this hope. So there arose the difference between natural religion, religion conceived as springing from the constitution of man and the common facts of life, and positive religion, which consists in some specific institution, tradition, and dogma. One now has a new standard by which to judge of religion. Just as one may compare monarchy and democracy with reference to the utility as instruments of government, so one may compare Christianity and Buddhism with reference to the fulfillment of the general religious need. Which is the better religion in the sense of doing better what a religion is intended to do? And quite apart from the question of comparative merits, there is a new field of study open to the human mind, the study of religion as a natural historical fact. Comparative religion. Hume's natural history of religion has developed in two directions. First, the emphasis in the 19th century on history and evolution, the interest in the sources and manifold varieties of all growing things, promoted the development of what is now called comparative religion. Missionaries, travelers, and in recent years, students of anthropology and ethnography have collected the religious literature and described the religious customs of India, China, and Japan, as well as of primitive and savage peoples in all parts of the globe. Ancient religions have been made known through the development of archaeology. Most important of all for the recovery of the past has been the increased knowledge of languages. The knowledge of Sanskrit opened the way to an understanding of the sources of the ancient Indian religions. The translation of hieroglyphics and cuneiform characters has brought to light the ancient religions of Egypt, Babylonia, and Assyria. More refined methods have shed a wholly new light upon Greek and early Semitic religions. The possession of this wealth of material has made possible new generalizations concerning the generic character of religion or concerning its origin and evolution. The work of Taylor, Spencer, Max Muller, Andrew Lang, and Fraser may be said to signalize a genuinely new branch of human knowledge in which religion, as a universal human interest or aspect of life, is made an object of dispassionate and empirical study. The psychology of religion. Second, toward the close of the 19th century, a great impetus was given to the science of psychology, and this is reflected in another extension of Hume's Natural History of Religion, and what is called psychology of religion. There is the question of the genesis of the religious consciousness from instincts and sentiments such as fear and reverence. There are psychological types of religion, such as James's sick soul and religion of healthy mindedness. There is the elaborate analysis of the mystical experience with its rhythm, its disconnection, and its characteristic stages. Special psychological importance attaches to religious crises, such as conversion, and their relation to physiological conditions, such as adolescence. Certain religious states border upon hysteria and belong to the domain of abnormal psychology. Others illustrate the play of the great social forces of imitation and suggestion. Professor James's great book has given currency to its title, Varieties of Religious Experiences, and these varieties are being collected, described, and catalogued by an ever-increasing body of observers. But both Hobbes and Hume, as we have seen, attempted to name the generic essence of religion. What amid all its varieties, external and internal, amid its bewildering manifoldness of ritual, dogma, and mental state, is its common character? Were these authors correct in tracing all religion to man's fear of the influence of the deeper causes of nature on his fortunes? This question is still the interesting question which vitalizes the patient empirical studies in comparative religion and the psychology of religion, and constitutes the problem of philosophy of religion. The origin of religion. To what universal fact does religion owe its existence? Is it perchance a fact concerning human nature? It has often been taught that man possesses a distinct and original faculty called the religious consciousness, by which he forms the idea of God. All men possessing the same mental constitution will thus agree in conceiving of a God. But this view is based upon an obsolete psychology. It is now generally believed that a man is born with instincts and capacities which enable him to cope with his world, but which do not predetermine his ideas. These result from experience, from the interaction between his instincts and capacities, and the environment in which he is called upon to exercise them. As respects religion in particular, it has become fairly evident that it calls into play various factors of human nature, such as the instincts of fear or of curiosity, no one of which in itself particularly religious. The religious consciousness, in other words, is complex and derived rather than original, a product of experience rather than an innate possession of the mind. How, then, is the universality of religion to be accounted for? There is a second possibility. Perhaps God, the object of religion, is a common and familiar object, like the sun, so palpable, so ubiquitous, that no man can fail to acquire a notion of it. But if one sets aside all preconceived ideas and looks out upon one's world with the eye of a first discoverer, or of a Martian just arriving upon Earth, one does not find God. God is not an evident fact in any ordinary sense. Herbert Spencer attempted to trace religion to a belief in ghosts founded upon the experience of dreams. To one who interprets dreams naively, it is doubtless a fact that persons appear after death, and seem to speak and act where their bodies are not. But insofar as a ghost is such a commonplace and evident fact, it is not a god. It is merely one sort of curious creature that inhabits this teeming world, and the religious man finds objects of worship in what is most substantial and least ghost-like. It is a forced and far-fetched hypothesis that would have us explain the worship of the sun, or the sea, or the Creator, by supposing that man has projected into nature the substances of his dream. God is not a substance. He is not more vaporous or incorporeal than he is liquid or solid, except in sophisticated theologies. And it is certainly only in a careless or figurative sense that God can be said to be manifest in his works, in the splendor or terrors of nature. He may be inferred or interpreted from these, but he is not perceived as literally present in their midst. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork, but not to the eye of the mere observer a fact, even though it be placed at the end of a telescope. There seems to me to be only one alternative left. We must, I think, conclude that insofar as religion is universal, it arises from the conjunction of man and his environment. Its seed is the situation in which man finds himself, a situation made up of two interacting parts, man and his world. Let us see if we can describe this situation so as to see the inevitableness of religion. Life may be broadly described as seeking something under given circumstances. Man is impelled towards end and limited by an existing situation. If we view our world dramatically and assign to man the role of hero, the fundamental fact is his dependence on environment. He exists, as it were, despite the environment, which, though it has given birth to him, is ever threatening to devour him, and whatever he gains must be wrung from that environment. Life must be conducted, in short, on terms dictated by its environment. But before religion, we must suppose life to have already conquered something of nature and made it its own. When man finds himself, there is already much that he can control. He can move about freely on the surface of the earth. He can manipulate physical objects and so procure himself food and shelter. And through individual prowess, or through combination, he can control other men. Within certain limits, then, man has the upper hand and may make his fortune as he wills. But these limits are narrow. They are, of course, most narrow in the early stages of human development. But there has been no time in which they have not been pitifully narrow. Man may deceive himself. He may so magnify his achievements or be so preoccupied with its affairs as to enjoy illusions of grandeur and self-sufficiency. But it is a question if our Western, modern, and civilized boastfulness does not betoken a more imperfect sense of proportion than that consciousness of dependence which was once felt more keenly and is still felt wherever man finds himself in the immediate presence of the unharnessed energies of nature. In any case, man is periodically reminded, if he is not perpetually mindful, of the great residual environment that is beyond his control. Man proposes, but after all something beyond him disposes. Floods, droughts, pestilence, rigors of climate, subjection, error, failure, these are the facts that teach and drive home the lesson of dependence. The most impressive and unanswerable fact is death. The whole fabric of personal achievement, woven by innumerable painstaking acts, all the fruits of struggle and of growth, possessions, power, friendship, are apparently annihilated in an instant and with an ease that would be ridiculous if it were not so deeply tragic. Now how shall man profit by this bitter lesson? He must not despair if he is to live, for to live is to hope for and to seek a way out of every predicament. To live in the consciousness of finitude and dependence means to look for help. If the forces that man cannot control do actually determine his destiny, then he must seek to win them over, or to ally himself with them. Here, I believe, is the root of religion, the attempt of man, conscious of his helplessness, to unite himself with the powers which do actually dominate. Religion is a sense of need, a conviction of the insecurity of any merely worldly advantage that he may gain for himself, and a way of salvation through coming to terms with that which controls his destiny. Religion is both founded on fear and consummated in hope. It will perhaps seem strange that one should thus have attempted to describe religion without referring to deity, but the reason for the attempt lies in the fact that deity is not the cause of religion, but the product of religion. God is not, as we have seen, a manifest fact among facts, but is an object invoked to meet the religious need. Let us consider briefly the various types of deity to which religion has given rise. Types of deity. The commonest of all objects of worship is some prominent aspect of nature, such as the sky, sun, moon, and stars, the earth, the sea, rivers, winds, the seasons, day, and night. Before the development of science, man cannot control the operations of these phenomena. Whether they shall favor him with moderate rains, fertility, a calm passage, and temperate weather, or torture and destroy him with drought, flood, storm, and the extremes of heat and cold, he can neither foretell nor predetermine. He can only wait and tremble, hope and pray. That he should hope and pray is inevitable. It is the instinct of any living thing toward that which is to decide its fate and which it is impotent otherwise to control. The sun thus regarded as able either to bless or to destroy, and therefore an object of importunity, already begins to be a god. But there is lacking a factor which, if it be not absolutely indispensable to deity, is almost invariably present. I refer to what is commonly called personification. What is worshipped is the spirit in the sun, or the sun construed as a spirit. But this factor, too, arises, I believe, directly from the practical situation, and not from any metaphysics on the part of the worshipper. It is the sequel to the familiar fact that we impute interest or will to any agency that helps or hurts. I do not mean that there is any express judgment to that effect, but that our emotional and practical response is similar to that which we accord to other living individuals. The animal will exhibit rage towards the rod with which he is prodded. The child will chastise the blocks which refuse to stand up, as his father will revenge himself upon the perverse golf stick by breaking it across his knee. Similarly, it is natural to love, eulogize, caress, or adorn any object to which one owes pleasure or any other benefit. These responses are equivalent to imputing an attitude to their objects, an attitude of malice or hostility when the effect is hurtful, and one of benevolence when the effect is helpful. This, I believe, is the root of religious personification. The sun, in so far as its effects are good, is an object of gratitude for favor shown. In so far hope as its effects are bad is an object of solicitous regard in the hope that its hostility may be averted and its favor won. The sun so regarded or worshipped is the sun god. The extent to which the will or intent and the power over man are divorced from the visible and bodily sun and regarded as a spirit is of secondary importance. as is also the extent to which such a god has a history of his own apart from his treatment of man. For the exuberant imagination of the Greeks, the sun god becomes an individuality vividly realized in art, poetry, and legend. But for practical people like the Chinese, it is enough, as Professor Moore points out, to know what the gods do and what their worshippers have to do to secure their favor, without trying to imagine what they are like. A second type of deity is the ancestor, the actual human ancestor as worshipped by the Chinese, the mystical animal ancestor of totemism, or any deity adopted as ancestor, as the Christian God is claimed as father by his believers. The idea of kinship with the object of worship is very widespread, and its motive is clearly intelligible in the light of what has been said above. Kinship implies alliance, the existence of friendly support, and the right to claim it. One's departed ancestors belong to that world beyond from which emanate the dread forces that one cannot control. Their presence there means that there are friends at court. Man is not surrounded by indifferent strangers, but by beings bound to him by nature and inseparable ties, partisans who are favorably inclined. A third type of deity is the tutelary god, conceived ad hoc to render some special service. He may be the personal, tribal, or national protector, or the good genius of some human or social activity, such as is the god who presides over husbandry, war, or navigation, or the homely household god of the hearth and the cooking furnace. Here the insistent need invents and objectifies its own fulfillment. All three notions of deity may be united in a local tribal deity, who on the one hand has fixed relations to a race of men, and on the other hand has fixed relations to a definite sphere of nature, so that the worshipper is brought into stated and permanent alliance with certain parts of his material environment which are not subject to his will and control. The idea of a supreme deity. There is one further notion of deity that demands recognition in this brief summary, the notion, namely, of the supreme deity. As men develop in intelligence, imagination, and in range of social intercourse, it is inevitable that one god should be exalted above all others, or worshipped to the exclusion of all others. Such a religious conception arises from the experience of the unity of nature or of the unity of man. There is an evident hierarchy among the powers of nature, some are subordinated to others, and it is natural to conceive of one as supreme. Most evident to sense is the exaltation of the heavens above the earth and the intermediate spaces. So we find heaven to be supreme god among the Chinese and Zeus among the Greeks. On the other hand, there is a hierarchy among tutelary and ancestral gods. As the patron gods of individuals, of special arts, or of tribes and provinces are subordinated to the national god, so the national god in turn is subjected to the god of a conquering nation. Allied with the idea of universal conquest is the idea of an all-dominant god, the god of the ruling class. Or a tutelary god may be universal in proportion to the universality of the activity over which he presides. The gods of the same activity, though belonging originally to different cults, may come to be identified, so that there arises the conception of a god that shall be universal in the sense of presiding over the common undertaking in which all men are engaged. And similarly, the gods from whom all men are descended will take precedence of the gods of families, tribes, and nations. Thus there are several more or less independent motives which may lead to a universal religion such as Christianity, whose God is a God of all men, regardless of time, place, race, or station. Deity, then, in the generic sense common to all religions, high and low, is some force beyond the range of man's control, potent over his fortunes, construed as friendly or hostile, and so treated as to secure, if possible, its favor and support. It is important in the next place to point out two different motives in worship connected with two different ways in which the worshipper and his god may be brought into unison. To put it briefly, one may propose to have one's own way or surrender to the god's way. This is the religious application of the fact that there are two ways to obtain satisfaction and peace of mind: to get what one wants or to want what one gets. Religion may be said always to lie somewhere between these two extremes. It is natural and reasonable to try the former method first, and this is undoubtedly the early motive in worship. Man wants food and long life and victory over his enemies, and he seeks to gain the deity's support in these undertakings. But there is never a time when he does not recognize the necessity of making concessions. He pays sacrifices, or observes taboo, or adopts the code of conduct which his God prescribes. And it is the common religious experience that the conditions of divine favor become more exacting, while the benefit is less evident. Thus there arises what philosophers call the problem of evil, of which the classic Christian expression is to be found in the book of Job, who was perfect and upright, and one that feared God and eschewed evil, and nevertheless was visited with every misery and disaster. In so far as Job solved this problem, he found the solution in entire surrender to the will of God. Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Nevertheless, in the end, the Lord gave Job twice as much as he had before. Certainly a religion of utter renunciation would be no religion at all. There would be no motive in worship unless one were in some sense blessed thereby. The tendency in the evolution of religion is to substitute for the carnal or worldly blessing for which one had at first invoked divine aid and a new and higher good, which one learns to find in the mode of life which religion prescribes. Religion becomes thus not merely instrumental, but educative. From it one learns not so much the way to satisfy one's natural and secular wants as the way to despise those wants and set one's heart on other things. It is this mingled self-assertion and self-surrender in religion that makes reverence its characteristic emotion. God is both the means by which one realizes one's end and also a higher law by which one's end is reconstructed. The religion of renunciation. The religion in which entire renunciation is most closely approximated is the philosophical or esoteric religion of India. All the varieties of this religion reflect one fundamental attitude to life, the feeling that no good can come of persistent endeavor. The attempt to fulfill desire is hopeless. The Indian does not abandon himself to despair, but he differs from his Occidental brother in this, that whereas the latter hopes by divine aid or in the distant future to achieve either personal happiness or the perfection of what he calls civilization, the former regards the whole attempt as founded on error. Its inevitable failure does not signify real failure, but the adoption of a wrong standard of success. According to the teaching of the Upanishads, even separate individuality is an illusion perpetuated by desire. When all the passion is at rest that lurks within the heart of man, then is the mortal no more mortal, but herein attaineth Brahman. In Brahman, the deeper unity of the world, the individual has his true being and is saved. The importance of regarding the conception of God, not as the root of religion, but as the product of religion, appears when we come to the consideration of Buddhism. For Buddhism, it is, in fact, a godless religion, paradoxical as that may seem. It is true that Buddha himself has come like Confucius to be an object of religion. Every founder of a religion is almost inevitably deified by his followers, but Buddha did not deify himself. He taught men to regard even the soul itself as a transient and illusory experience. Suffering is the universal law of existence. Existence is the penalty of desire, a rebirth owing to karma, the dispositions and desert which are the precipitate of a previous existence. There's a fatal recurrence of existence, for life tends ever to create the conditions of its own reincarnation and continuance. Salvation means not successful existence, the realization of actual desires, but escape from existence, through the conquering of desire. In such a religion there is no God, for there is no ulterior power in or through which man is to fulfill his positive longings. But it is nevertheless religion in that it is a release of man from his predicament. Nirvana is perhaps, from all other points of view, equivalent to annihilation. But from the point of view of man, conscious of his helplessness and failure, it means salvation. It is a philosophy of life, an accord between man and his world by which he wins the greatest good that he can conceive. In order to understand the general scope of religious literature, it is not sufficient that one should grasp the general principle of religion. One must know something of the forms which religion assumes in human life, and especially important is it to know something of its relations to science on one hand and to art and poetry on the other hand. Religion and science. By science, let us understand knowledge founded on fact or rigorous reasoning. How far is one to construe religious literature as science, that is, as the work of man's theorizing and cognizing faculties? There is probably more confusion in this matter at the present time than there has ever been in the past. The increase of doubt, the scientific refutation of beliefs once authorized by religion, have led to various attempts to retain these beliefs by a sheer act of faith or on account of their subjective and imaginative values. Since the ascendancy of Catholic orthodoxy in the 14th century, there has been a steady tendency to regard one Christian teaching after another, the story of Jonah and the whale, the account of creation in Genesis, and now even the miracles of the New Testament as fictions which are to be valued as symbols, tradition, poetry, or as parts of a system of faith which as a whole is to be judged not by reference to historic fact, but by its comforting or regenerating effect upon the believer. But if we recall to our minds that original human need and response to which religion arises, it is unmistakably evident that there must be a nucleus of truth in a religion if it is to meet that need at all. In religion, man seeks to relate himself profitably to things as they are. He seeks to save his soul by adopting the course that is consistent with the deeper reality. If he is misled as to the nature of reality, then his whole plan is founded on error and is foredoomed to failure. If the forces of nature have no power or are not to be influenced by human importunity, then it is folly to worship them. If there be no deeper cause that guarantees the triumph of righteousness, then the Christian's hope is illusory, and his prayer and worship idle. In short, every religion is at heart a belief in something as true, and if that something be not true, then the religion is discredited. Nevertheless, although there is a scientific nucleus in every religion, that nucleus is but a small fraction of it. In the first place, religion differs from science proper in that it deliberately adopts a view of things according to which man is a central fact of the universe. Religion is interested in cosmic affairs only in so far as they bear upon human fortunes. Hence, it finally expresses itself not in judgments of fact, but in emotion, such as hope, fear, confidence, despair, reverence, love, gratitude, or self-subjection. Its object is the cosmos, or some ulterior cosmic agency, construed as helpful or hurtful, colored by the worshipper's solicitude. Hence much religious literature, such, for example, as the Psalms or St. Augustine's Confessions, are essentially expressions of the religious emotions, characterizations of deity not by the use of cold scientific formulas, but by the use of epithets that signify the feelings and attitude of the worshipper himself. A second non-scientific factor in religion is that contributed by the imagination and by social tradition. Religion differs from theory in that it comes after and not before belief. Religion is not effective, does not do its work until after some interpretation of cosmic forces has been adopted by an individual and has become the accepted basis of his life. Buddhism begins as a religion when the individual enters upon that course of discipline by which he hopes to attain nirvana. And Christianity begins when the believer actually follows the way of salvation by prayer, obedience, and good works. And in all important historical religions, the underlying dogmas are assimilated not only to personal but also to social life. They are commonly and collectively believed and have become the unconscious presuppositions of a community worship. The office of the religious imagination is in making these scientific presuppositions vital and effective. A religion of hope is not a series of propositions concerning the favorable bearing of cosmic forces, but a vivid realization of the purport of such propositions, a hopefulness translated into emotional buoyancy or confident action. By the imagination, religious truth is made impressive so that it evokes the affections and motivates action. The social counterpart is found in tradition and symbolism, which secures the continuity and solidity of religious feelings and practices. In brief, then, we may expect to find in all expressions of religion, such as religious literature, certain underlying assumptions which are capable of being converted into scientific propositions, but these will be overlaid and obscured by an imaginative and symbolic representation in which their meaning is emotionally and practically realized. There is another important respect in which religion differs from science, namely in its proceeding beyond the limits of evidence. There never was and never will be a religion which possesses the same verification that is demanded in the case of a scientific theory. Religion is a leap in the dark. The reason for this is evident. For practical purposes, it is necessary to conclude matters that for strictly theoretical purposes one would postpone in the hope of further light. Life is an emergency, a crisis, or as William James has said, a forced option. One must make up one's mind quickly or live altogether at random. What shall one make of this world, and what shall one do to be saved? The decision cannot be postponed, and yet the evidence is, strictly considered, inconclusive. Faith means to believe what seems probable, and to believe it not half-heartedly, but with conviction, for if one believes half-heartedly, one cannot proceed according to one's belief, or attain salvation by it. The element of sheer faith may be more or less according to the degree of critical and philosophical power which the worshipper possesses. But in every case there will be some basis and to believe it not half-heartedly, but with conviction, for if one believes half-heartedly, one cannot proceed according to one's belief or attain salvation by it. The element of sheer faith may be more or less according to the degree of critical and philosophical power which the worshipper possesses. But in every case there will be some bias in experienced fact and in inference, and also some will to believe, or reliance on authority. And we shall consequently find in religious literature a note of dogmatic certainty and of willfulness which is as inevitable in such a context as it would be intolerable in science. Religion and morality. There is one further topic to which even so brief an introduction as this must allude. What is the relation between religion and morality? Are we to regard ethical teachings such as those of the Book of Proverbs or the sayings of Confucius as religious? To answer this question, we have only, I think, to bear clearly in mind the generic meaning of religion. A mode of life becomes religious only when it is pursued under certain auspices, only when it is conceived as sanctioned by the general nature of the cosmos and as constituting a way of salvation. If justice be prized as a means of social welfare, it is ethical. If it be adopted as a means of winning the favor of God or as a means of achieving nirvana, it is religious. The moral life takes on a religious character when it is in some way connected with the cosmic life. In the so-called ethical religions, the mode of life prescribed by religion tends to coincide with that prescribed by the moral consciousness, and righteousness is conceived as the way of salvation. Needless to say, such a contraction of morality greatly enhances its impressiveness and appeal. In all ethical religions that are inspired with hope, religion adds to a good conscience the sense of ascendancy or victory over nature. Right living takes on the aspect of ultimate reality. To sheer duty is added confidence, inspiration, the expectation of limitless and durable achievement. Even in pessimistic religions of the ethical type, morality acquires prestige as having supreme importance for escape from the misery of existence. And from the religious consciousness as such, irrespective of its special claims and beliefs, morality acquires a certain dignity and reinforcement. For religion encourages man to look at life roundly and seriously. It frees him from the obsession of passion and the circumscription of immediate interest. It keeps alive the cosmic imagination and invites attention to the problem of life as a whole in all its bearings, internal and external. Thus it is fair to conclude that religion is universal in two senses. On the one hand, it springs from a universal need. On the other hand, it possesses a universal value and cannot fail, however much of error or blindness there may be in it, to elevate and dignify life. True religion is better than false, but it is not less certain that religion is better than irreligion. End of section 56.
Section 57 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in December 2023. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Buddhism, by Professor Charles Rockwell Lanman. The life of Gautama, the Enlightened One, or Buddha, a life of 80 years, is divided into two parts, one of 35 years and one of 45, by the event of his enlightenment, or Bodhi. This seeing of a new light is to a Buddhist the one supreme event of the incalculably long aeon now current, just as is the birth of Jesus in Occidental chronology. Those first 35 years are again divided into two parts. The period of his life as a prince, or the time from his birth until, at the age of 29, he forsook the world to struggle for the supreme enlightenment, and the period of the 6 years of that struggle. Of these 35 years we have elaborate accounts. Of the last 45, tradition has little to say in the way of entertaining story, but very much by way of reporting the teacher's teachings. These teachings, as laid down in the canonical scriptures of Buddhism, are in very deed his life in the truest sense. The births of Buddha. The belief that a man must be born and live and die, only to be born and die again and again through a weary round of existences, was widespread in India long before Buddha's day. And accordingly, the biography of a Buddha must include an account of some of those former births or existences. The story of Sumedha is one of these. The Jataka, the most charming of all Buddhist storybooks, contains the narrative of not less than 547 former existences of Gautama. Next, after all this prenatal biography, comes the account of Buddha's birth into the existence which concerns us most nearly, the actual one of the 6th century before Christ, and this forms the subject of the second of Warren's translations, The Birth of Buddha. That translation is from a later work. It is most instructive for the student of religious tradition to compare the meager statements of the oldest canonical account with such an account as this, in order to see how the loving imagination of devout disciples may embellish a simple and prosaic fact with a multitude of picturesque details. Thus, the presages of Buddha's birth are quite comparable, except for beauty of poetic diction, with those of the birth of Jesus in Milton's hymn, On the Morning of Christ's Nativity. As an example of new accretions to the older story may be cited the later tradition that Buddha was born from his mother's right side, a trait that appears not only in the Lalita Vistara and in Saint Jerome, but also in many of the sculptured representations of the scene. The teachings of Buddha. The teachings of Buddha are indeed his life, his very self. In the house of a potter the venerable Vakali lay nigh unto death. The exalted one, Buddha, came to his pillow and made kindest inquiries. Long have I wished to go to the exalted one to see him, but there was not enough strength in my body to go. Peace, Vakali, what should it profit thee to see this my corrupt body? Whoso, O Vakali, seeth my teachings, he seeth me. Here the teacher identifies himself with his teachings no less completely than does Jesus when he declares unto Thomas, I am the way. And yet, despite Buddha's merging of his personality in his doctrine, it is of utmost importance to remember two things. First, that Buddha most explicitly disclaims acceptance of his teachings on the score of authority, and secondly, that it was, after all, their intrinsic excellence which, whether we take it as the fruit of a transcendental illumination or as the outcome of his personality, has maintained them as a mighty world power for 25 centuries. First, then, his position as to authority. The exalted one, when making a tour through Kosala, once stopped at Kesaputta, a town of the Kalamans. They asked him, Master, so many teachers come to us with their doctrines. Who of them is right and who is wrong? Not because it is tradition, he answers, not because it has been handed down from one to another, not because ye think, our teacher is one to whom great deference is due, should ye accept a doctrine. When, O Kalamans, when ye of yourselves recognize that such and such things are bad and conduce to evil and sorrow, then do ye reject them. And again, when a man's conviction of a truth is dependent on no one but himself, this, O Kachana, is what constitutes right belief. It is hard for us of the 20th century to estimate aright the significance of Buddha's attitude. He lived in a land and age when deference to authority was well nigh universal. To break with it as he did implies an intelligence far beyond the common and a lofty courage. Secondly, as to the intrinsic excellence of Buddha's teaching. That teaching is well characterized by a few brief phrases which occur as a commonplace in the canonical texts, and are used as one of the 40 subjects of meditation or businesses by devout Buddhists. Well taught by the Exalted One is the doctrine. It avails even in the present life, is immediate in its blessed results, is inviting, is conducive to salvation, and may be mastered by any intelligent man for himself. Frankly disclaiming knowledge of what happens after death, Buddha addressed himself to the problem of sorrow as we have it here and now, and sought to relieve it by leading men into the path of righteousness and goodwill and freedom from lust. A would-be disciple once asked him to answer certain dogmatic questions about life after death. Buddha parried them all as irrelevances in the dialogue which Warren gives, and which is one of the finest representations of religion versus dogma to be found in antiquity. The holy life, he says, does not depend upon the answers to any of these questions. If a physician of 40 years ago had been asked to foretell the then presumable advances of medical science, his guesses might well have included the discovery of new specifics, such as quinine for malaria, for medicine was then the healing art, its aim was to cure. True, we had heard from our childhood that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, but how was the ounce of prevention to be had? Doubtless by finding out the cause of disease. And this is on the whole the most significant achievement of modern medicine. Now it was precisely this problem in the world of the spirit that Buddha claimed to solve, the etiology of men's misery. His solution he publicly announced in his first sermon, the gist of which was destined to become known to untold millions, the sermon of the deer park of Benares. His most important point is the cause of human suffering, and that he finds in the craving for existence, no matter how noble that existence, and for pleasure. Footnote. Buddha's 4 eminent truths concern suffering, its cause, its surcease, and the way thereto. They coincide with those of the Yoga system, and are indeed the 4 cardinal subjects of Hindu medical science applied to spiritual healing, a fact which famous ancient Hindu writers have themselves not failed to observe. End footnote. If you can only master these cravings, you are on the road to salvation, to nirvana. This, so far as the present life is concerned, means the going out of the fires of lust and ill will and delusion, and further a getting rid thereby of the round of rebirth. Buddhism and other religions. Without attempting to discuss so many-sided a subject as nirvana, or rightly to evaluate Buddha's prescription of the abandonment of all craving, it is clear that his ethical teachings, like his spotless life, have stood and will stand the test of centuries. The Deer Park sermon urges the excellence of the golden mean between the life of self-castigation and the life of ease and luxury, and propounds the noble eightfold path, which is, after all, in brief, the life of righteousness in thought and word and deed. Many notable similarities between the teachings of Buddha and those of Jesus have been pointed out. These need not surprise us. Nor is there any a priori reason for assuming a borrowing in either direction. If I make an entirely original demonstration of the fact that the inner angles of a triangle amount to 2 right angles, my demonstration will agree in essence with that of Pythagoras, because mathematical truth does not differ from land to land, nor from age to age. Nor yet does goodness, and accordingly many of the teachings of the great teachers of righteousness must coincide. On the other hand, it is interesting to note that Buddha's teachings lay great emphasis, and lay it often, upon things about which in the Gospels comparatively little or nothing is expressly said. Don't hurry, don't worry, the simple life. Don't accept a belief upon the authority of me or anyone else. Don't let your outgo exceed your income, the relation of master and servant, the duty not only of kindness but even of courtesy to animals. These are some of the themes upon which Buddha discourses, now with a touch of humor, now with pathos, and always with gentleness and wisdom and cogency. To the readers of Warren's faithful translations, a word is due as to the extreme repetitiousness of much of the Buddhist writings. The charming stories are free from it. Not so the doctrinal discourses. Scientific opinion upon this strange and tedious fault is rapidly clearing. These texts that claim to be the actual Buddha word are in reality the product of conscious scholastic literary activity and of a time considerably subsequent to that of Buddha. This is quite certain. But no less so is it that they do in fact contain the real sayings of Buddha. Be ye heirs of things spiritual, not heirs of things carnal. Footnote. The antithesis of this saying of Buddha, we may note in passing, is familiar to readers of the New Testament. End footnote. This, we may confidently assert, is in its simplicity and pregnant brevity an absolutely authentic utterance of Gautama Buddha. At the same time, it is the substance, and indeed we may say the entire substance, of a discourse of about 400 Pali words attributed to Buddha. Of the lengths to which perverse scholasticism may go, the case is a luculent illustration. End of section 57.
Section 58 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. Lectures on the Harvard Classics. Edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Confucianism by Alfred, Dwight, Sheffield. Confucianism, although spoken of with Buddhism and Taoism as one of the three teachings, or three major religions of China, can hardly be defined as a religion in the precise way in which we can define Mahayana Buddhism or Roman Catholic Christianity. It has neither creed nor priesthood, nor any worship beyond what Confucius found already established in his day. The commemorative service performed by local officials throughout China in spring and autumn in the red-walled shrines known as Confucian temples is not worship of the sage, but a civil rite in his honor, quite compatible with the profession of another religion. Indeed, when a few centuries after his death, veneration approached to worship, and women began offering prayers to Confucius for children, the practice was stopped, A.D. 472, by imperial edict, as something superstitious and unbecoming. Confucianism may be said to have a Bible in the 9 canonical books associated with the sage's name, but it claims for them no divine revelation, nor other inspiration than such as speaks for itself from their pages. What these books yield to one who would define Confucianism is a conception of enlightened living, a social ideal which entails some allegiance to old national religion, blending nature worship and ancestor worship. One might say that the essence of Confucianism is a type of eligible life, the regimen of which includes a worship only indirectly Confucianism, much as Stoicism among the Romans included as a matter of principle some adherence to the established worship. The teaching of Confucius. Confucius can be appreciated only in his historical setting. It has been made a reproach to the sage that his vision was retrospective and conservative, but he cannot be charged with a mere desire to bring back the good old days. When at the court of Chow, he first inspected the ancestral shrines and the arrangements for the great annual sacrifices to heaven and earth. He exclaimed, "As we use a glass to examine the forms of things, so must we study the past to understand the present." The past, moreover, really held models of statecraft from which his own times had fallen away. The great Chow dynasty, which through a succession of able princes had ruled the whole valley of the Hoang Ho, had in the 6th century B.C. dwindled to a shadow of its early power. The emperor, or rather king, for the title Huang Tai, was then applied only to deceased monarchs, was reduced to a headship merely nominal. and the old imperial domain was broken up among turbulent vassals, each fighting for his own hand. The China of Confucius was pretty much in the condition of France before Louis XI broke the power of the feudal dukes and counts, with the tradition behind him of a nation united by wise leadership. Confucius is no more to be blamed for looking back than is Aristotle, whose ethics and politics show plainly that his sympathies were not with the advancing career of Macedon, but with the old polity of Athens. The first group of the Confucian books, the five classics, are fruits of this regard for the past, the sage being the reputed compiler of four of them, and author of the faith. These classics are the Shu Qing, or Book of History, made up of documents covering a period from the 24th to the 8th century BC. The Shai Qing, or Book of Odes, 305 lyrics dating from the 18th to the 6th century. The Yi Qing, or Book of Permutations, an ancient manual of divination. The Lai Chi, a compilation of ceremonial usages, and the Chun Chi Annals, 722 to 484, of Confucius's native state of Lu. The second group in the canon, the four books, convey his actual teachings. They are the Lan Yu, or Sayings of Confucius, the Ta Husu, or Great Learning, a treatise by his disciple Sang Sin, or the ordering of the individual life, the family, and the state, the Chung Yung, or Doctrine of the Mean, a treatise on conduct, by his grandson Kyung Chi, and the Book of Mencius, his great apostle. The distinctive features of Confucianism doctrine may be summarized as follows. 1. Filial piety is the cardinal social virtue. A dutiful son will prove dutiful in all the five relationships, those of father and son, ruler and subject, husband and wife, elder brother and younger, and that of friend. Such a tenet was naturally acceptable to a social system like the Chinese, with its patriarchalism and insistence on the family rather than the individual as the unit of society. Loyalty to family it raises to a religious duty and the right of ancestor worship. Here Confucius did no more than emphasize with his approval a national custom, mentioned in the earliest odes, of offering food and wine to departed spirits. How far this family cult is to be construed as actual worship is disputable. Some would compare it merely with the French custom of adorning graves on All Souls' Day, but it effectively strengthens the family bond, impressing as it does the sense of family unity and perpetuity through the passing generations. 2. Between man and man the rule practiced is reciprocity. What you do not want done to yourself, do not do to others. Benevolence, an extension of the love of son and brother, is the worthy attitude toward one's fellows, but it should not be pressed to fatuous lengths. When asked his opinion of Lao Tzu's teaching that one should requite injuring with good, Confucius replied, "With what, then, will you requite kindness? Return good, for injury return justice." 3. The chief moral force in society is the example of the superior man. By nature man is good, and the unrighteousness of society is due to faulty education and bad example. Virtue in superiors will call out virtue in common folk. The burden of Confucius's teaching is therefore superior. Character so disciplined to a moral tact and responsive propriety that in every situation it knows the right thing and does it, and so poised in its own integrity as to practice virtue for virtue's sake. What the small man seeks is in others. What the superior man seeks is in himself. 4. Toward the world of spiritual beings, the Confucian attitude is one of reverent agnosticism. The sage would have nothing to say of death and the future state. We know little enough of ourselves as men. What, then, can we know of ourselves as spirits? In his habit of referring to Tien or heaven, Confucius may not have deliberately avoided the more personal term Shang Tai, Supreme Lord, and expressions of his are not lacking which suggest a personal faith, but speculation on the nature of being and the destiny of the world he treated simply as a waste of time. On a report that two bereaved friends were comforting themselves with the doctrine that life is but dream and death the awakening, he remarked, "These men travel beyond the rule of life. I travel within it." In summary, one might say that Confucius did not found any religious system, but transmitted one with a renewed stress on its ethical bearings. His interest was in man as made for society. Religious rites he performed to the letter, but more from a sense of their efficacy for social mindedness than from any glow of piety. His faith was a faith in right thinking. The four things he seldom spoke of, wonders, feats of strength, rebellious disorder, spirits, were simply the things not tractable to reason. The growth of Confucian influence. Confucianism has so long dominated the intellectual life of China that Western scholars have fallen into the habit of speaking as if there were a sort of pre-established harmony between it and the national mind. As a matter of fact, it had to win its way against vigorous criticism and formidable rivals. The 2 centuries following Confucius's death were rife with conflicting theories of ethics. Yan Chu presented a cynical egoism. Death ends all, so make the most of life, every man for himself. To this doctrine, Mo Tai opposed a radical altruism, with universal love as the cure of misgovernment and social disorders. Lao Tzu impugned the Confucian idea of man's inborn goodness. Man's nature no more tends to goodness than water tends to run east, or willow wood to take shape in cups and bowls. Against all these contentions, the teaching of Confucius was defended and elucidated by the greatest of his followers, Mengzi, 372–289, whose name had been Latinized as Mencius. But Confucianism had to meet systems of thought that carried a more positive religious appeal than it admitted to. Taoism was already in the field, preaching a wise passiveness toward the way of heaven, and enlisting in Cheng Tzi, one of the most brilliant writers that China had produced. His teaching was mystical. The universe and I came into being together, and I, with all things therein, are one. The repulse of this doctrine by that of Confucius is perhaps correctly explained by the historian Sima Qian. Like a flood, its mysteries spread at will, hence no one, from rulers downward, could apply them to any definite use. But the reticence of Confucius as to the state of departed spirits left an opening for Buddhism, which describes that state with the full detail craved by popular imagination. The pessimistic philosophy of Buddhism was indeed alien to the Chinese temperament, but its missionaries won a ready response to its doctrine of retribution and its offer of salvation. From the 5th century on, it was increasingly in conflict with Confucianism, and succumbed only after sharp persecution. Even in its decline, it has contributed many ideas and practices to the old animistic religion of the masses. The triumph of Confucianism in its fall, moreover, was not a mere reassertion of the teaching of Confucius and Mencius. Taoism and Buddhism had raised questions of cosmology which could no longer be ignored. The Neo-Confucianism, therefore, that began with Chao Chunyi, 1017–1073, built upon the Yi Ching, a cosmic philosophy, describing the world in terms of 2 principles, a primal matter and an immanent intelligence, which give rise, on the one hand, to the 5 elements and all sense data, and on the other to all wisdom and moral ideals. The greatest name in Neo-Confucianism is Chu Si, 1130–1200, whose commentaries on the canonical books are now authoritative, and whose manuals of domestic rights and manners have brought the Confucian code into the homes of the people. In 1906, Confucius was deified by imperial decree. With the rise of republicanism, however, there has appeared a disposition to reject not only a canonization of the sage, but the whole conservative tradition for which he has stood. The movement has at the present writing called out a reaction, but the future of Confucianism amid the intellectual currents now flooding in from the West can only be matter of conjecture. One may hope that the ethical code that has made so much of what is best in the national culture both of China and Japan will keep its vitality under change of forms and formulas. Western critics sometimes talk as if Confucius had held his countrymen's regard by a sort of infatuation. If so, it has been given to no other man to captivate the imagination of his kind with sheer reasonableness. End of section 58.
Section 59 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Greek Religion by Clifford Herschel Moore. Greek religion includes all the varied religious beliefs and practices of the peoples living in Greek lands from the beginning of history to the end of paganism. In contrast to Christianity, it had no body of revealed teachings, no common dogma or fixed ritual binding at all shrines and on every worshipper, but each locality might have its own distinctive myths and practices, and the individual might believe what he pleased so long as he did not openly do violence to tradition. No priestly orders attempted to interpose their decrees upon society. Local habits alone determined both ritual and belief. The religion of the Greeks exhibited at every stage its composite character. As early as the second millennium BC, so far as we can judge from the results of excavations in Greece proper and in Crete, the inhabitants of these lands had anthropomorphic ideas about some of their deities. That is, they thought of them and represented them in their art essentially as human beings. On the other hand, we find in the later centuries such primitive elements as the worship of sacred stones, trees, and symbols still existing. Yet it is a mistake to suppose that Greek religion had its origin in the worship of natural objects and forces. Undoubtedly, the worship of natural phenomena and of inanimate objects, of ancestors, and possibly of animals all contributed to the religious sum total. But it is impossible to trace today all the factors which made up religion in historical times. We can only say that the Greeks worshipped a multitude of spiritual beings who filled all nature and were to be found in every field of activity. Man, therefore, was always in social relation to the gods. The ordinary Greek felt that the world was filled with divine beings of varying ranks whose favor he must seek or whose ill nature he must propitiate by offerings and prayer. Only the most enlightened ever attained to anything like monotheism. Religion in Homer and Hesiod. The earliest Greek literature, the Iliad and Odyssey, shows a circle of gods bound together in a social organization similar to that of the Homeric state. At the head is Zeus, father of gods and of men, possessing a power on Olympus like that of Agamemnon among the Greeks before Troy. With Zeus, Apollo and Athena hold the first rank. Hera, although the wife of Zeus, is in the second rank, with Poseidon. Ares and Aphrodite represent little more than the passions of rage for slaughter and love. The god of fire, Hephaestus, Artemis, the sister of Apollo, Hermes, the higher servant of the greater gods, and the companion of men, and others are of still lower rank, while Demeter and Dionysus, although known, have no place on Olympus. All these divine beings are represented as larger, stronger, wiser than mortals, but they are no whit less subject to the passions of body and mind. Their superiority over men lies chiefly in the possession of immortality. Now no such system of gods was ever worshipped anywhere in the Greek world. It was created by a process of selection and elimination from local cults, and adapted to please the Ionic courts at which the epics were intended to be recited. These epic gods did not drive out local divinities, but the Homeric poems acquired such universal influence in Greece that wherever possible the local divinity was assimilated to the Homeric type, so that Athena, for example, the patroness of Athens, was endowed with the characteristics given her in the epics. There was a constant tendency in literature and art to represent the greater gods in the Homeric way. Hesiod, about 700 BC, also had a great influence on later times through his Theogony, which was the first attempt to criticize myths and to bring the various accounts into a consistent and harmonious whole. Moreover, the Hesiodic poetry displays certain religious elements which have little or no place in the Homeric epics. Of these, the most significant is the worship of the dead and of heroes. On the side of ethics also we find higher concepts of justice and of the moral order, and in general there is much more reflection on man's relation to the gods and to society than we see in Homer. In spite of the influence of Homer and Hesiod, no single god or system of gods ever became wholly universal, but each divinity was connected with some locality. The simple Greek conceived of his local god as individual, largely distinct from any other god of the same name, very much as the Greek peasant today thinks of his local saint. Yet with the growth of cities, when it became inconvenient to resort often to the ancient localities which might be remote, new shrines, offshoots of the old, were established in towns, so that there was, for example, at Athens, a certain concentration of cults. Furthermore, the chief divinity of a city acquired a position as patroness of a considerable area, as Athena of all Attica, but without completely overshadowing or expelling the other gods. Likewise, certain religious centers developed which served more than one state, such as the shrine of Apollo at Delos, which became a center for all Ionians, or that of Zeus at Olympia, where representatives of all the Greek world assembled every 4 years. Growth of personal religion. It will thus be seen that Greek religion was largely social and local. The members of the family, the clan, the tribe, and the state were bound together by worship in which the individual shared by virtue of his membership in the social body. These conditions gave solidarity to society and made religion the common and permanent concern of all citizens. Yet this common worship tended to check all tendencies to personal religion. But from the 8th century BC on, many influences operated to bring the individual to self-consciousness. Men began to be dissatisfied with the sacred tradition of the state, and to seek to establish such personal relations with the gods as should give them as individual religious satisfaction. This desire found outlet from the 6th century BC in the Orphic sect, whose members tried to secure satisfaction for religious emotion and to gain the warrant of a happy life hereafter through the mystic worship of Dionysus and a fixed method of life. At about the same time, the mysteries began to be prominent. Of these, the most important were at Eleusis in Attica, where a festival in honor of Demeter and certain associated gods had existed from a remote period. This festival was originally agricultural, intended to secure fertility and prosperity for all admitted to it. But before 600 BC, it had been transformed into an eschatological mystery, by initiation into which the individual was assured of a blessed future life. The movements thus started in Greek religion tended to break down men's real dependence on social worship, although the old cults continued to the end of paganism. Yet in Athens especially, political events during the 5th century checked the individualistic movements in religion temporarily. From the conflict with Persia, 490 to 479 BC, Athens emerged as the chief state in Greece. During the 50 years which followed, she enjoyed an unprecedented prosperity and an imperial position which bound all citizens closely together, in spite of the strife of political parties. Now, in the preceding century, Pisistratus had done much to exalt and establish the Olympian type of religion at Athens, and it was natural that in the time of the power of Athens, the ideal of the state religion should predominate. All citizens united in dedicating to the gods their material wealth and their noblest art. Religion in Greek tragedy. In this same time lived the great tragedians Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, who were also great religious teachers. Aeschylus endeavored to interpret the higher truths of religion as he saw them, and to bring these truths into relation with morals. He dwelt on the nature of sin, the stain it brings to each succeeding generation, the punishment of wrongdoing which the divine justice must inflict, and on the disciplinary value of suffering. These characteristics of his tragedies are well illustrated by the Prometheus and by the Trilogy. Sophocles emphasized the divine source of the higher moral obligations which transcend all human laws. He further taught that pain may have its place even when the sufferer is innocent, and that purity of heart, faith in Zeus, and acquiescence in the divine will are fundamental principles of righteous life. These doctrines underlie the Antigone and Oedipus the King. Euripides belongs in temper to the rational age which followed him. He had no consistent message to his time. On the whole, he contributed to the rejection of the old Olympic religion, but at the same time he constantly stirred men to ask fundamental questions about life. In his Hippolytus, he shows his chaste hero brought to death because he will not yield to the goddess of love, and thus the poet belittles the sacred tradition. The Bacchae, he exalts enthusiasm and inspiration above reason, not, however, without a certain cynicism at the end. From the close of the 5th century, philosophy began to take the place of the traditional religion for thinking men, yet philosophy did not break with the religious sentiment of the time. Eventually, the spirit of individualism and cosmopolitanism destroyed men's faith in the state religions, and although the ancient rituals continued to the end of antiquity, they never regained the position which they had in the 6th and 5th centuries BC. End of section 59.
Section 60 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Will Shakespeare. Lectures on the Harvard Classics. Edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Pascal by Professor C.H.C. Wright. The name of Blaise Pascal not only belongs to the list of great French 17th century writers, he is also to be included among the greatest authors of modern literature. He affected radically the thought of countless religious men of his own and later times. He was, even though in part unconsciously, one of the masters of style in the chief age of French literature. Men of science also consider him one of the most important of their number as a mathematician and a physicist. Pascal and Jansenism. Pascal's name is inseparably connected with the history of Jansenism, and though varying phases of his intellectual development have caused him to receive all kinds of descriptive epithets, ranging from skeptic to fideist, yet his temperament and his bodily condition reflect the austere and gloomy theories of the Jansenist Augustinians. Born of a high-strung stock in a bleak part of the volcanic region of Auvergne, under the very shadow of the gloomy cathedral built on volvic lava at Clermont-Ferrand, the child Pascal was from the beginning over-intellectualized. If we are to believe the accounts of a perhaps partial sister, this terrifying genius, as Chateaubriand calls him, taught himself geometry and worked out problems in Euclid, while he still called lines and circles bars and rounds. His intellect developed by leaps and bounds, and by the end of a life of recurring illnesses and of suffering, cut short at less than 20 years, he had encompassed the field of knowledge, verified hypotheses of physics, descried unexplored realms of mathematics, and projected his thought, into the vast chaos of conjecture concerning the relations of God and the world, of God and of created man. Pascal's adherence to religion was not immediate, and he went through successive stages of hesitation and of partial retrogression. A man of the world, he consorted with brilliant talkers, entered into scientific discussions against the Jesuits, or argued on philosophy with other thinkers. But the real interest of his life, for our purpose, begins with his conversion to the doctrines of Jansenius. Bishop Jansen of Ypres in Belgium had devoted his life to the study of St. Augustine and to the elucidation of the doctrines of the great father of the Church. St. Augustine is the spiritual forefather of those who in religious thought are believers in determinism, in religious fatalism, with all the consequences which it involves, such as predestination and the doctrine of primitive sin, which man is apparently endeavoring in vain to expiate. The theories of Jansen were propagated in France through the teachings of his friend, the Abbé of Saint-Cyran, a man of rigid and unbending principles, and the spiritual director of the convent of Port Royal. Port Royal was at the time dominated by members of the great Arnold family, one of whom had in earlier days offended the strong and ambitious order of Jesuits. The Jesuits were by principle and temperament unfavorable to the theories of Jansen, a doctrine of self-concentration and of introspection, akin in almost every respect to Calvinism, which awoke in a human being 1,000 cares and anxious doubts as to the why and wherefore of man's existence on earth. Such a doctrine was diametrically opposed to the urbane teachings of the Jesuits, eager rather to acquire new converts by methods of amenity than to frighten them away by visions of dread. Therefore, with the Arnolds and Jansenists all linked together at Port Royal, the convent became the storm center of religious discussion. The Provincial Letters. In the course of the controversy, Pascal was invited by one of the Arnolds to help the cause of Jansenism. This he did by his Provincial Letters, most of them purporting to be a narrative of the condition of religious affairs at Paris by a certain Louis de Montalte to a friend in the provinces. In these letters, which are considered masterpieces of sarcastic polemic, Pascal did the Jesuits untold harm. By methods which may seem sometimes technically unfair, but which are, after all, employed by every controversial writer, he attacked the doctrines of certain Jesuit writers upon religious dogma, such as questions of grace, and upon moral theories of casuistry, the science dealing with the solution of dilemmas of conscience and the exculpation of apparent offenses against righteousness. In the long and violent contest which raged in the 17th century, and of which the publication of the Provincial Letters was an incident, the Jesuits succeeded in having the Jansenists considered heretics, and they managed to encompass the destruction of Port Royal. But whether rightly or wrongly, and here antagonists will remain unreconciled, Pascal dealt them severe blows from which, in France at least, they have never fully recovered. The Thoughts. The Letters Provinciales are, however, in some respects, ephemeral literature, as compared with the Pensées, or Thoughts. In the Thoughts, we have the sum and substance of Pascal's religious views, as well as one of the masterpieces of French literary style. Pascal had long planned a work on religion in which he intended to set forth the defense of Christianity. This work never got beyond the stage of disconnected or fragmentary notes and thoughts, from which it is difficult, if not impossible, to extract the definite plan of the whole work. But, nonetheless, what we have deserves the deepest consideration. Pascal was by temperament a pessimist, and therefore he agreed the more easily with the gloomy Augustinian determinism of the Jansenists and their ideas of the sinfulness of man and of the necessity of grace. He was no less convinced of the impotence of man's reason to deal with the problems of the unknowable and of the hereafter. Pascal had fed on the jesting skepticism of Montaigne and realized how logically unanswerable it was in spite of its inconclusiveness. This realization made him feel that there was only one egress from the impasse. It was to reject all the help and conclusions of reason for or against, and to throw himself blindly into the arms of God, an act symbolized by his acceptance of faith and the influence of grace upon him. It is for these reasons that Pascal is sometimes given such varying designations as skeptic, mystic, or fideist, that moreover his religious feelings is called by some the expression of diseased hallucinations, by others visions of a seer into the other world. The underlying idea of the fragmentary thoughts is the despair of man, his weakness and powerlessness. But there remains something in man's own nature which protects against this despair. We have a certainty that all is not as bad as it seems. Let us accept the truths of the Christian religion, and we then have the consolation that our suffering is not without cause, that we are expiating the original and primitive sin of mankind. This will at least make us understand our condition. Thus we shall, in a way, be proving Christianity and even God himself, beginning with man. The fragmentary state of the thoughts makes it impossible, however, for the reader to work out the stages of this argument. He will find it more profitable to take them as they stand, and he will then be fully satisfied by words of imagination and of true poetry. The language is permeated with lyrical inspiration. The poet is a thinker who sees the abysses of immensity, spatial and temporal, the infinitely vast and the infinitely small. He brings back from the contemplation of them a feeling of terror and yet of self-confidence. For though man be a prey to brutal outer nature, though he may be but a frail reed beaten before the blast, yet he feels that one thing lifts him above it all, the consciousness that he is a thinking reed. The work is full of vagueness of love for the divine. Consequently, in spite of Pascal's mathematical brain, it is no geometrical proof for the persuasion of reason, but rather a way to take hold of the feeling. Pascal is the intuitionalist of French classicism, as Descartes, his philosophical rival, is its great rationalist. The influence of Pascal upon French thought has been tremendous. In his own day, he helped to free French prose and its content from the stilted rhetoric of certain self-conscious Latinists like Guez de Balzac. He helped some of the men of letters of his age to acquire a new gentleness of feeling without the sacrifice of stoical self-control. He familiarized writers who were taken up by considerations of a petty nationalism with visions of the boundless immensity which wraps this little earth. He helped to make the French prose of his day more clear and a mirror of the soul. And all this he accomplished by a work of which we have only disconnected fragments, and by a life tragic in its brevity, in its physical suffering, extraordinary by its mental torture and intellectual vigor, the life of an all-embracing genius such as the world produces scarcely once in many centuries. End of section 60, and end of lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson.